Good evening, everyone. It is 6:30 p.m. on Monday, June 3rd, 2024, and I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Sturgis Common Council. Our first item will be approval of the agenda. Is there a motion on the agenda?
Move to approve.
That's a first by Kevin and a second by Jim. All those in favor of the agenda, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no? Okay, we have an agenda. Let's all stand, remove cover for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, up next we have announcements and praise. And I would first like to take a moment to praise our Heavenly Father. If you care to join in, please do so. Father in heaven, Almighty God, the Most High, our refuge and our fortress, thank you for your divine nature that's present in us. Show us how to use the gifts you've given us to make your dreams, your will, a reality. Come, Holy Spirit. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay, and I have a few announcements. So we have another holiday coming up, and that will be Juneteenth. City offices will be closed, as well as the library and the Rebel site. And so they will be closed on Wednesday, June 19th, and that is for Juneteenth. Then our July City Council meetings. The regular meetings will be held the 1st and the 15th of July. And then due to rally, the first meeting in August is going to be moved early, and that first meeting of August will be held on July 29th. So therefore, there will only be one meeting in August. And then we have another fly-in coming up, and that is coming up this Saturday, June 8th. So it begins at 8 a.m., and they will have a pancake breakfast. So there will be a limited number of airplane rides, and it's best to be there by 8 a.m. to get some breakfast and be a first one to get a ride. And then also this Saturday, June 8th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., we have the Touch-A-Truck, and that'll be right at the community center, or the parking lot. I believe it's at the parking lot next to the community center. So there'll be lots of trucks to touch and inflatables and fun for everybody. And that is all the announcements I have. Does anyone else? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. The election will be tomorrow for county school board. And so polls open at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Okay. Thank you. And then that's all I have. Does anybody else on council have any announcements or praise? Anybody from the public?
That election includes state legislature and county treasurer.
Oh, hey, thanks, Bonnie.
On your part.
Sure. Thanks, Bonnie. Okay. Then I guess we will move on to the non-agenda matters that may come before council. And in this section, we invite the public or any members of council to come forward with any matters that are not presently on this agenda. No action will be taken on anything that comes up in this section. If you do have anything, please come forward, state your name and whether or not you are a resident of Sturgis. Is there anyone with, come on up.
I'm Josh, and this is my wife Nicole. We are a resident of Sturgis. We just thought we'd take a brief moment to introduce ourselves to the new council, kind of let them hear our side of what we're dealing with. It was 2021. They put a curb and gutter and sidewalk. The city had a contractor do that. Ended up raising the curb up and flooding or causing a dam in front of our house. We ended up flooding our basement. At one time, we're dealing with the insurance company currently to get that resolved. The city did vote in 2022, to vote to fix the problem. It was, I don't know, probably close to a year before we heard anything, or came back to city council and asked, what's the plans? There's different options. So we are aware that there is something in the works. We would reach out to any city council members that want to hear more or come stop by and look at it, see what happened, what the damages were. We have pictures of all that stuff. Was there anything else as far as that side of it going? I did also, and I don't know if this would be a question for city council or if it'd be something to talk with Public Works, but I do have 2 possible temporary solutions that are relatively very, very inexpensive that could possibly mitigate the water problem until the permanent solution has come up with or been dealt with. One would be if the city has like a pumper truck that they can come suck the dams or the water out. It is starting to stink right now, so anytime someone drives through it or kids ride their bike through it, you just get an awful swamp smell.
And we do have neighbor kids that like to play in it, that it's gross, and I feel bad making, like, you can't play in this puddle.
So, that, and then the other option would be digging the small 1.5-inch river rock out and putting bigger rock in there, so that way there's more voids that more water could dissipate faster, just very relatively inexpensive, but
Yeah. Josh, why don't you get with Rick? Maybe, I don't know, do you normally call him?
Yep.
Didn't talk to him over the phone?
yep.
Maybe just have a conversation with him. I think Rick did have some things that were suggested that we could do, so
Okay.
maybe, see if they're on the same lines, but.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Thank you,
All right.
guys.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you.
Any
Nicole.
questions? No? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody else from the public have anything under non-agenda matters? Does anyone from council have any non-agenda matters?
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes.
I think there's 2 good things that the public can be aware of on our webpage to help them with their knowledge and ability to understand what's happening within their city. The first item is from the homepage is a budget transparency report. You can locate that by going to the homepage, and in the green banner along the top, there's a heading named budget, and you can open that up. That'll drop down a menu and allow you to choose budget transparency. And so you can look at some of those expenditure reports and some revenue stuff. I mean, it's being worked on a little bit, so you'll see some adjustments, but that's a plus. The other thing is the city policy and procedure manual that has not, to my knowledge, been previously published on our webpage and been forward-facing for our citizens. And you can locate that by navigating to the homepage, departments, city administration, and under city administration is the policy and procedure manual. And that's basically City of Sturgis 101. And so good information. Please take a look at it.
Thank you, Kevin. Anybody else with any non-agenda matters? Okay. Then moving on to item 6, we have, got nothing under 6, so moving on to 7, we have the mayor's report, and 7.1, we have a sales tax report, the March 2024 sales tax report. Adam, go
Good
ahead.
evening, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to do a quick summary on the March sales tax. The sales in the month of March 2024 were 6.75% lower than March of 2023. Sales for the first 3 months of 2024 were 6.3% lower than the same time period in 23. January through March represented 19% of the total sales in 23, just to give you an idea of the impact that these 3 months had on the entire year. In the tourism or triple B sales tax, it's in addition to the 2% general sales tax, an additional 1% sales tax is charged for all alcohol, hotel, restaurant, and similar sales. For the month of March 2024, the tourism-related sales were 13.35% lower than March of 2023. Sales for the first 3 months of 2024 were 5.078% lower than the same time period in 23. And then January through March represented 15% of total sales in 2023. Any questions?
I'd just like to make a comment that, we're coming into our higher sales tax portion of the year. It's sad to see sales tax not meeting our budget expectations. If I remember correctly, we were anticipating a 3% increase, but tourism season is coming, and hopefully we can make that up. Otherwise, since we have a balanced budget, there's going to be a cause and effect of not having the same amount of revenue as we were hoping.
You are correct. You certainly, we can hope, though, a lot of times you'll see the turnaround in the summer months. And so, fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Adam. Any other questions on sales tax? Okay. All right. Up next, we have 7.2, which is payroll. And Lisa. Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I just have two part-time, very seasonal employees that are event staffers for us. Mainly, they work Music on Main Rally, Camaro Rally, and potentially the ATV Rally. So they're very, very part-time for us.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. All right. Any questions on payroll? Okay. Moving on to item 8 is the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that anyone on council would like to see removed for further discussion? Is there anything on the consent agenda that the public would like to see removed for discussion? Okay, not hearing anything. Is there a motion on the consent agenda? Looks like we have minutes on SEL and some armory leases.
I move to approve minutes.
Okay, that's a first by Nick
I'll second.
and a second by Ruth to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Questions from the public? Okay, all those in favor, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no? Okay, that is approved. Up next, we have the claims, item 9.1. Did anybody have any questions on the claims?
I have a few.
Okay, I think we got some questions coming. Moving along quickly here.
Right. My primary question is on page 5 of the claims, under the Economic Development Business Improvement District. And for the Downtown Sturgis Foundation for 2023 reconciliation, $31,267.
And, Lisa has some information on that.
This comes out of the $2 mark, am I correct? I thought I saw a mark here. Is it $2 per square foot? I think we're up to $6 per square foot property assessment that is done on all of the frontages within the downtown business improvement district. So that is collected as part of property taxes. That money is then submitted to the city, and we hold that on behalf of that downtown foundation. They purchase, like this past year, they purchased the horse sculpture and they purchase decorations downtown. But then as part of that, we do a reconciliation at the end of the year, and then the money is just transferred to the downtown foundation to be used on their spending. So this is basically of the $76,000 that we collected on their behalf. This is the kind of the difference for 2023.
That answer your question on that one?
Well, it leads to additional discussion. Probably not at this point, but you know, that budget is $190,000, where $75,000 is for the special assessment, which is what the bid actually acts on and approves.
Yes.
And I spoke with Mark Brook, and he graciously provided me their budget, and I mean, it looks like this takes their budget over what their even funding amount is. And my question is bid approved every expenditure that goes?
No, so the bid approves the expenditures that are related to the property tax assessment. The rest of those expenses that come out of that downtown foundation account, the 213 or 214, those are things that are like the Leprechaun Hunt, the Camaro Rally, the ATV Rally. What other events are there out of that one, Tammy? Music on Main comes out of there, maybe. And so what I did is I have a reconciliation of those expenses that are not tied to this downtown foundation, but those all come out of that same fund. But the bid board only controls the property tax assessment.
Right. So, I mean, going forward, I mean, there's no necessarily oversight on that budget. It's not tied to Tammy's budget. We had a piece explained to her. I've listened to it a few times. And we've gotten sideways on those expenditures. So it doesn't seem to be a straight business improvement district budget line item for us. And
No, in the past, what has happened is the budget is proposed transfers in money from special sales tax, which is 211, I believe. And so that is the additional funding that comes into that budget that covers, plus the revenues. So you have the Camaro Rally sponsorship and those kind of things, those registrations, and those come into that fund as well.
So, all right, you answered my question that not every expenditure is approved by the bid board that comes out of this.
Just the ones that are tied to the 76,000 that they get. And I can send you the reconciliation spreadsheet. That was part of the backup that went into that number, if you're curious.
I would be curious, yeah, thank you.
Thank
Other
you,
questions?
Lisa.
I have one other question, Mayor.
Go ahead, please.
On page 6, there's a claim for Live It Up Studio LLC. It's the same amount. Is that a redundant?
What is that amount? And that's the 3,000.
3,000.
Looks like a
2 times.
duplicate. All right.
That is a duplicate. That was approved for 6,000 for last time, so I apologize for that.
So
We already approved didn't you approve, the contract says 6,000. Did we have to do, I can't remember if we did 2 checks last time. I have to have 2 separate checks of 3,000, and I don't have last time's memorized, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We have to have a 3,000 that's due July 1, and then $3,000 after the event. So last time we approved the contract, I don't think we approved any money.
Okay. Yeah, I believe we just approved
Just
the
approved the
contract,
contract.
the last one, so
Yep, that's what I
nothing should
recall.
have come out in the claims the
Yeah.
last meeting.
Sorry.
So that is to be removed then?
No,
It's 6,000 total. their
6,000 total.
contract, So,
sorry, I misspoke. It's 6,000 total. Last time we did the contract,
We just
Which
approved
was
the
approved.
contract and not the claim.
correct.
Thank
Yep.
you.
thank you, Tammy. Any other questions?
I have
on
a
the claims?
question.
Sure, go ahead.
On, I think it says page 4, under information technology. If you could just give me some clarity, Double Star Computing, we've got over 2,000 of help desk tickets. I'm curious, do we have something happen or?
Let's get our IT expert up here.
So Double Star Computing is a third-party administrator for our information technology. So I handle some of the really simple stuff, but then like network security, our email security, and all of that kind of stuff is handled by Double Star. We have typical help desks, like if the PD has issues with their in-car cameras or their devices talking to each other, or we have somebody who needs a new computer. Those all kind of run through Double Star. And so this was, I think, 4 invoices, whether 4 charges or 5 charges.
There's
5. So there's several kind of lumps of those.
Okay.
Everything from, like I said, PD having tickets. We had some issues with, we needed to do backups on our email server. We had, had a down outage of, some file servers, things like that. So
Okay.
just kind of generic.
That helps. Thank you.
Thank you again, Lisa. Any other questions from council on the claims? Any questions from the public on the claims? All right, not hearing any. Is there a motion on the claims? That is a first by Jim
I'll second.
and a second by Nick. Any last questions or discussion from the public? Okay, since these are bills, we'll go ahead and roll call. Nick,
Yes.
Jim, Kevin,
Yes?
Ruth,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
and Jesse.
Yes.
Okay, those bills will get paid. All right, with that, we are moving on to item 10. And for this, we will break from our regular meeting and we will convene as the Board of Adjustment. All right, so I would like to call to order this meeting of the Board of Adjustment. And we have Dave up here, with a couple items.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Board of Adjustment. The first item up in front of you tonight is a request for a use and review to consider residential quarters at 3570 Hanson Avenue. Little background information: Levi Kretsch, president of Unique Performance, located at 3570 Hanson Avenue, has submitted a use and review application to allow for secondary residential use, which is allowed in Title 180513, General Industrial Residential Conditional Use. The residential use will be secondary in nature to the conforming permitted use in this zone. Such secondary use shall not exceed 1,000 square feet in size, including any designated entry or exit areas, and shall be contained within the building as shown in the plans. The lot is currently described as Sturgis Industrial Park Lot 3B revised. Little discussion. Mr. Kretsch wishes to build a luxury garage with small living quarters available as short-term rentals. The purpose is to provide a fully operational garage for car enthusiasts to work on the vehicle, as well as offer protection from weather and allowing the owner themselves to stay nearby. The lot is zoned general industrial. This is an allowable use on review. A total of 11 landowner response forms were sent out. Signage was placed on the property April 11th, 2024. 5 letters were returned with denial, 5 approvals, and 1 were unclaimed. Some of the concerns cited were included security, noise, and not using the district for its intended use. On May 7th, the Planning Commission did deny the request due to some short-term rental concerns in the zoning district. And we have people here that would wish to speak.
Okay, come on up. And I believe you'll have to be sworn in, if you don't mind. Thank you. If you guys can just state your names so we know who you are. And okay.
You have to speak into the mic too, so it's on.
Levi, sorry.
Okay.
Dave.
Levi and Dave. Gotcha.
So at our planning meeting, we got denied. I think that was lack of information on our end.
Is it on?
Use that one, Dave.
Lack of information on our end. So I've got some more here, and I want to kind of change it up a little bit. Is the Airbnb word got thrown around? We're not looking to build a hotel. We're just looking for 2 units, and we're looking for the short-term rental. So not exactly an Airbnb. It's an industrial park. We do understand that, but we kind of want to switch that around. So last time, the concerns was security, noise, and not using the industrial park for its intended use. And then 2 people stepped forward in our last meeting, and their concerns was like right across the street at Bar Stop Precision. His concern was security and people coming in and out of the industrial park that don't have businesses or residencies inside of the industrial park. He also had concerns of potential problems because of the nature of the short-term rental being an automotive motorcycle themed, noise or shenanigans, if you will, happening inside. And our second concern that came up in that meeting was the Sturgis Economic Development Corporation. Their concern was that our proposal does not conform with the intended purpose of the industrial park. They also had concerns of creating jobs and growing businesses inside of the industrial park, tax revenue and jobs, and that there was a need for lease spaces inside of the industrial park for businesses instead of the short-term rentals. So those were the people that stepped forward. So for Bar Stop Precision, the security, we have 24-hour surveillance on the entire property. We know exactly who comes in and out. And if we did do the short-term rental, we have all of their information on who is there, who is staying, what happens. So we have, I believe we have that security concern covered on that. And also, the people who will be staying at these luxury garages, or I guess our plan is for 2 of these bays, as you see in the picture, 2 of them we want to have the short term, and the rest of them are going to be for businesses, automotive related businesses. So this is only for 2 of them as of right now. But our clients are 90% out-of-state clients, and Levi can speak on kind of our clientele.
Our clientele is quite interesting. We have a lot of high-end celebrity clientele. Currently, right now, we're building a frame-off truck build for defensive end Vic Beasley from the Atlanta Falcons. It's really cool. Completely frame-off project. Very grateful to have the privilege to be able to do something like that for somebody who is across the United States who hasn't even seen the truck yet. We've built all sorts of cool things in the past. I mean, I can go off for that. So security is no problem for us in that area, considering the high-end projects that we're already working on right now. We take that very seriously for what is going on inside of our shop on a day-to-day basis. That's, per our books, when we were in Gillette, Wyoming for the previous 8 years, essentially almost 85% of our income came from out of state. So that is our social media advertising. We have probably right around almost 250 to 300,000 on social media. So not only does it help us, it brings somewhat of a new attraction to the area. You know, the economy is a little weird right now for a lot of people. So we're just getting essentially feelers out there for it. We've got a lot of interest from other, what do you call them? What are they? Social media people. Oops, where's my influencers? Sorry, excuse me. Influencers that are on social media. A lot of big YouTube people, you know, to help get the word out, stuff like that. You know, we want to have certain events. Sorry about that. Certain events at the shop and stuff like that. Just going to bring in somewhat of a new attraction to the area, and kind of help overall, you know, sales tax wise and income wise, stuff like that for everybody involved. So that's where we're at.
Yep. And then to kind of the concerns of the Economic Development Corporation, their concerns mainly was they built this industrial park to bring in jobs and to bring in businesses to have a place to have a business and grow their business. And with our current plans with the building, sectioning off each one, we have 10 available bays. And so with 2 of them being this residential short-term rental, so we have 7 bays potentially for businesses to come in. And they built their building kind of right behind us. They're for their, I believe it's the same square footage and everything for $2,000 a month, and they've only had one kind of go in, and that was their concern is that there's a limited space and it's kind of a waste of the industrial park to put in our 2 units. It takes away from potential businesses moving in, but we've
Sorry about that. We've had Great Peaks Realty out of Spearfish represent built-to-suite options for these units right now. We've had probably 3 or 4 serious businesses. We're trying to put in a lot of automotive-based. We're not pushing away any other businesses. At the current time, we have a LaserWorks company out of Arizona who is interested in looking at the property and signing a letter of intent here shortly. That is a company that Unique Performance could utilize for its metal products that we ship all over the United States. We averagely ship out 10 to 15 orders per week. Sometimes, you know, weeks go slower, sometimes they're faster. So as far as the business going into those, we're not withholding that. We are open to that, but there hasn't really been a lot of interest, overwhelming interest, to fill all 10 with businesses in need. Per Michael Warwick, which is our realtor representing the property. That's kind of where we're at with that. So we're not pushing away any businesses from wanting to be in there. We're welcoming them in with open arms, whether they're plumbing, HVAC, metal cutting, all, you know, essentially the whole entire 9 yards. So
Just give the council a little update on how many of these conditional uses we currently have in the industrial park. We have living quarters on Sturgis Street out the industrial park as rental to employees due to the rental shortage. That they added additional space in 2017. On Hanson Avenue, we have living quarters that were recently built to house friends and family. On Mayor Avenue, we have a permanent residence for an online business. Industry Road, there's living quarters there for employees. Industry Road, there was one area that was built as a showroom, and from my understanding, has become a permanent living quarters at that time. Councilman Blakeman, you can probably confirm.
Well,
that.
it has been used for the last few years. Just recently is no longer used for that.
Okay.
Or is in the process of not being used for that shortly.
Good. So that just gives you an idea that there are some additional ones out there right now that have use on reviews or conditional uses. And they get looked at every year. So if there was a complaint on any one of these that's out there already, that complaint would be investigated. If it was valid, then that conditional use can be brought right back to the council or planning and zoning, and they can revoke that conditional use if they want. We don't have to wait till the year's up. If there's a valid complaint that's egregious, that can happen. So just to give you that information.
It sounds like, Dave, though most of those conditional use on reviews are not open to the public to stay there, or
No.
customers, correct?
Not to my knowledge. I do know that the one that was built was more for friends and family that will come during. I don't know. We host a large event every year, so they'll come during that time to stay in one of the events and stay in that place out there. So.
Thank you.
And that one that was the most latest conditional use that was granted by the council or Board of Adjustment, sorry.
Does anyone on the board have any questions for Levi or Dave?
Just for the record, how many bays, and of the number of bays, how many will have living quarters in them?
So we have 10 bays available, and we are planning to do 2 of the residential units.
This will allow us to gauge interest to see if there's anything potentially to arise greater for, locals during travel and tourism. Some interesting things have happened over the last couple of weeks, which we kind of wanted to bring up to you guys. During Memorial Day, we had a large group of UTVs come through the area, kind of check the place out. As far as places for people to stay right now that want their UTVs protected, secure, out of the weather, stuff like that, a large support from that. So we're not turning the entire 10 units into that. We're going to gauge interest off the first 2. If it goes somewhere, it goes somewhere. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So starting small, not big. So.
Yeah, and that was another thing that was brought up in the last meeting is that they said there is already places in Sturgis for Airbnbs, not inside the industrial park, but there's not a place where somebody can bring their hot rod or their bikes or their UTVs and park them inside away from the hail, and that's what we can offer. You can, park a 60-foot trailer in there, no problem, and I think that does bring a different crowd of people as well. Some people who are afraid to kind of park that thing maybe, in the Walmart parking lot while they are in the hotel, so it can bring definitely a different crowd of people who are, wanting that protection for their valued assets and their toys, so.
One more thing just to add. So we have some very high-end clients that live in Florida. One of them is actually Danny with Dixon Flannel Co. He's actually really good friends with one of our customers we're actually getting ready to do a truck build for as well. We've reached out to a lot of people who do travel up here in the area just to kind of see interest and to see what their thoughts are, good or bad. Surprisingly, no bad interest. Security is one of the biggest things that we take very seriously at the shop with clients having large amounts of projects going on in our shop. They need their products to be safe. So as far as the security concerns or the crowds or the attraction of people, it's really going to be very professional, very in order. If there is an event, loud noises, that will be within, code of the industrial lot per hours. So if somebody does violate that, we'll take that very seriously. There's a lot of interest and a lot of exciting things we've gauged over the last couple of months looking into this, and essentially overwhelming support in all aspects across the board. So pretty excited about that, and we just wanted to bring something fun to the area for everybody to enjoy. Travel and tourism is up significantly in the motorsports community. I can't tell you how many people we have reached out to. We've done polls on the internet for people that travel across the United States that bring their vehicle, that want to stop in the hills and travel with their vehicle, their Corvette, their Mustang during the rally. Cool Deadwood Nights brings in a lot of high-end vehicles. It's only 10 minutes away. So it's one of the biggest things is parking up in Deadwood is that. It's very hard. So, yes.
Yes, Jimmy, you got a question?
I met with Amanda Angland, and she asked us to deny this. And Dave, can you respond from her angle? She didn't think that this was an appropriate place. Would what they just said change the mind of the SEDC?
Dave, I can let you pause there. Paul is here. Paul, would you like to speak to this? Okay, Paul's with the SEDC, so. Okay. Sure.
I'll
did
stand by for questions.
Okay, thanks, Dave. And Jim will get Paul up here. Did Levi or Dave, did you have anything else to add, or does anyone have any questions specifically for Levi or Dave?
I might just follow up, if I
them?
might.
Sure.
It sounds exciting and interesting.
Thank you.
But you understand the South Dakota Economic Development Corporation does not agree.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about that? I mean, knowing that you have that opposition.
One thing I will say is this is their rules of the industrial park here. And we're within the 1,000 square feet. Every unit in here is built to stay within their rules of 1,000 square feet. So we're just trying to get that short term so we can rent them out short term. And it says here in the wording, as described, means a temporary residential use that is secondary in nature to the primary permitted use of the structure in the industrial park. So the temporary part, there are people in the industrial park that have been there for years, living in them. I think that that speaks to the short-term rental side of it. But that's just the wording. And then also the building, SCDC's building behind us.
So we're trying to do this proper with you guys. Obviously the addresses that we have on file here with people living in those quarters. We're just a company trying to grow, follow the rules, and this is what the rules state. And, we're just asking, we're not trying to piss anybody off, so we're within code and we're following the rules that are in the book. So,
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And there, I think it is a little bit of a conflict of interest with SEDC, with their building right behind us. I think originally they were going to build buy our building.
They did have first right of refusal on the building we purchased from M.A. Murphy. M.A. Murphy did not give SEDC the proper first right of refusal. Amanda Eglin actually reached out to me. Thankful for that. So there wasn't any mess with that. And at the time, SEDC did not have the funds to purchase from Murphy. So we had the opportunity to continue with our deal with M.A. Murphy.
Amanda's not able to be here, but you said Paul's here.
No, yes, correct. Paul is here, so he can speak on behalf of SEDC, I'm sure. So, all right,
I have a
Levi.
question,
Oh,
real
you have a
quick,
question
if
for
you
them?
don't mind. Yes.
Absolutely, go ahead.
First of all, I want to say, I don't deny that your idea and what you want to create is needed here, and it's exciting, and I would expect that if you move forward with it, you would have it filled and have a lot of people coming and going. I just don't know if it's necessarily the right place. How do you feel, because I believe that we were told that 11, I don't know what the right word is, asked about 11 people who are over there, how they felt about y'all doing that over there. 5 came back against it, and 5 agreed, and then 1 was unclaimed. How do you feel about that?
I feel that people are always going to be happy about certain things, and certain people are going to be not approval of certain things, and that's their opinion, which is, correct. That's fine. The economy is just a little weird right now, so this allows us for the summer months, especially with the building and the property that we have. It's quite the big ordeal undertaking, or not undertaking, the task at hand for, younger guys in their entrepreneur phase. So, you know, we just wanted to bring something cool to the area. It's a cool area for the summer, and I think it would bring a lot of attraction, which would obviously help with local revenue across the board. And that's what we're just trying to do. Just trying to do it proper and legal and just going off the book. So, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I think also with the letters that were sent out, I think it did give, it did scare some people with the short-term rental. I think a lot of people thought that we were building a hotel across the street, you know, and in there. But like I said, with just the 2 units, I mean, it's not going to be a hotel. There's not going to be people going in and out. But I think that was a concern for them, and it did scare them, you know, of change inside of the industrial park.
And one last thing to add is with the motorsports base that we have in the industry, the services that we can provide next door for gasoline, UTV, diesel, across the board, that'll bring in a lot of clientele who may potentially want to purchase an individual unit for the rally or just store their bikes or vehicles during the rally. At the current time, I have a gentleman named Andy Kleitinger from Miami, Florida, who's a very successful entrepreneur who is best friends with Danny at Dixon Flannel Co. They're both interested in essentially purchasing a unit built out for personal, for their man caves or whatever stuff that they have during the rally. So not only does this, you know, bring in, you know, revenue, this brings in popular people to the area, kind of a new attraction, and that's kind of what we're trying to do, is just some exciting things for a lot of gearheads to combine in one area, in one park, if that makes sense. So, yes, ma'am.
It does. Do we have any ordinances currently for short-term rentals?
I don't know that
think that we do.
specifically have anything for short term. Here comes Dave to tell us.
No.
Thanks, Dave. Come to the mic for that.
Thanks, Dave.
And not, maybe not related to this, because I didn't think that we did. And I don't know what the process is for starting that conversation, but I think that there is a need for us to be proactive versus reactive in the future here, potentially starting the conversation around a short-term rental ordinance to define what a short-term rental is, what the requirements are, what the penalty is for not aligning with that, because there's, like they're talking about producing a business here, like there is the opportunity for, well, one, we have to have the balance of short-term rentals within our community with people who are here. We don't want multiple people coming in and purchasing properties and then having them being short-term rentals and pushing residents out. But also there's the opportunity for potentially revenue for the city if we create ordinances and start regulating that to some degree. And I'm not talking about people who live here and then rent out their houses during the rally. So don't anyone get scared about that. But I think there is that opportunity.
Sure thing. Okay, any other questions for Dave and Levi? Otherwise, I'd ask Paul Bisson to come up to answer for SEDC.
So Levi, what I'm hearing is you're going to start with 2 and it could be a total of 10?
If there was enough interest, we would obviously keep in touch with the clientele to, if that, you know, if there was a third unit that had interest and we were bringing in a certain amount of revenue, if that was, you guys were allowed 2 moving forward, you know, we would ask in the proper legal way to do the next one. We wouldn't just build 2 and then build the rest of them out and not say anything about it. We're trying to get along with everybody in the area. We get along great with a lot of businesses already in the area, with Caleb as well, C4, some other few gentlemen as well. But for now, just 2. You know, like I said before, there's a couple businesses that are interested in getting a unit going and built to their spec for the equipment and the stuff that they need. So we're not refusing the businesses that are wanting to come in. We're grasping that, essentially.
Thank you.
I think there's going to be more concern from the businesses out there that there's traffic coming and going on a irregular basis.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime there's something happening in the hills, these units could be leased out or used. You know, we got some pretty high-powered people out there. I shouldn't say people, but businesses they're not real public. They try to keep their trade secrets kind of to themselves.
Correct.
I understand their concern. I'd like to know how the council is going to make this refusable or revocable in the future. How many violations and what type of violations have to occur before the council pulls their right to do this? I mean, we're looking at letting them do it, so now let's look at the other side. If we get 2 police calls out there in 6 months, are they done?
So if I may add, we're not going to, we'd have a very strict approval process for the clientele that would stay there. We'd have very strict rules, if that makes sense. So in the future, what we plan to add is a chain link fence around the area and a gate, an accessible gate. So our neighbor across the street, which is the electrical company, I think it's Basin Electric, the Sturgis branch, they have a chain link fence and they have an electric gate that goes up. So as far as bringing in the wrong crowd of people, obviously that's in our hands. So if we were to bring in a bad tenant, then that's something that, or a bad client who got a little too wild next door. I mean, we would have strict property management to make sure things are executive to a T. And if those rules are broken, then that's something that we have to accept. So yes, sir.
And we, kind of made a set of rules for our clients, 11 p.m., noise ordinance and all that stuff. We have everything, no drugs, no alcohol, everything, our rules. Every person that stays in this short term gets this. If they abide by this, there'll be a penalty. We have some things in the works to protect ourselves and you guys of that potential.
One last thing to add, with some of the local police, they stop at our shop and they sit in our parking lot for a period of time. They're quite surprised that we're there that late. Some of the work that I do, the trade work that I do, I have to be left alone to do in the shop at late hours of the night. Sometimes that's the only way I can get stuff done. Because during the day it gets pretty hectic with phone calls, emails, clients and stuff like that. So they were really surprised that we're there pretty late at night because we're already somewhat policing or monitoring the area for any loud noises or nonsense and stuff like that. So, and we hold a pretty strict policy with the company. I mean, there's no burnouts during the middle of the night. I mean, our chassis dyno that we just put into the ground, that has 2,000 to 3,000 horsepower vehicles that are on it, and that's very loud. And we make sure we're within sound code. We're not trying to piss anybody off. That's not what we're trying to do. So, very, very strict with following the rules. We are. Yes, sir.
And Mike, to answer your question as far as complaints and how do we pull that, and there's been very few over the years that we've had any complaints on, but we have had, and we've pulled those conditional use permits because of a valid complaint. They came back to planning and zoning, they went back to council, and those were pulled, and that operation or that business that they were operating had to stop. So there is a process for it if there are complaints that are made.
Thank you.
I think that pretty well answers mine. I'd still like to hear from Mr. Bisson.
Well, if we can let Levi and Dave ever go back, I think. Oh,
Thank you.
Dave Smith? Dave Smith, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure.
Or
Chairman.
Chairman. I'm looking at the design here and the build-out. I'm questioning whether they meet fire and life safety codes for secondary egress.
There is a complete fire suppression system in that building as it is right now. So as far as that's concerned, yes, and they only need the one egress on that for that size of room for what they're planning on doing. So, but there is a complete sprinkler system throughout the entire structure, that whole building, that had to been put in. I think that was part of the reason that the one company is no longer there, is because we told them they had to do that. So that's why Levi ended up having to buy the building. It was already completed.
Gotcha.
Kevin, if I may, we spoke with 605 Fire Suppression, which is the guys that put in the fire suppression system. So there's 3 main lines that run across the ceiling. And as far as the design goes, the fire suppression system would be as simple as we would have to drain the current water that's in the system. They would tie off into the middle where that garage door is, and you can see where the branches come down. They would essentially make the branches come down into the living quarters area to be within code.
And if I'll add, each one of these walls, the dividing walls in between these units, is a firewall. It's a 1-hour firewall rated, so it goes all the way up to the crown. So each unit is getting a firewall as well.
And that was a code requirement that we implemented and made them do that because they were going to be separate units.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay. And Paul, I believe we'll have to get you sworn in too.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this. First off, SEDC, Sturgis Economic Development Corporation's goal is for businesses to succeed, and we wish nothing but the best for Levi and his company. So I hope my comments tonight aren't any way reflective of us not wanting that to happen. I want to address a few things that Levi and Dave did mention that I think need to have a little more information. One was the first right of refusal, which we did not act on because, as Dave just mentioned a minute ago, the previous owner was not very compliant in building their building, and which has made these units a little more harder to rent because they don't have separate utilities, they don't have two-phase power, three-phase power. They don't. It makes it a little tougher for them to rent those out, which I understand. He wanted to be creative to trying to get those rented out. However, Amanda, at my request, did try to warn Levi of these deficiencies prior to him buying it. So I think Levi came into this with his eyes wide open, and he's a very optimistic individual, ton of energy, and we've been talking to him for several years. I shouldn't say we, Amanda has been for years, and wanting him to be in our park. So we want him to succeed. As far as the units we just built down the street from him, we just got the certificate of occupancy not too long ago. So we have one rented out, as he said. We were talking to several others. Some want additional features added to their building or their unit before they rent it. We're optimistic we will get it filled. We don't like to compete against the private sector, but since there was a demand for it, and at the time we started building this building, the previous owner of of Levi's building was going to lease some spaces out to businesses related to his industry. And because of his lack of willingness to build a building according to code, and my understanding is he got frustrated, and that's why he sold it. So I feel for Levi trying to get these rented out, and I wish him nothing but the best. If you could pull up the list of the present use on reviews of the residentials out on in the park, please. I think it's down on page. Yeah, there you go. The surrounding, yes. If I could, I'd like to walk through those. Dave did mention them a little bit. One common theme through there, and I actually went out there today because when I was looking through this prior to coming today, I noticed that friends and family comment there that caught me off guard, because when we sold the lot to that individual to build that building, he assured us it was going to be for customers and for previous customers. And he said maybe once in a while a family member might stay there. So I wanted to address that with him, so I went out there and talked to him, and he said, well, the motorcycle industry is a pretty small industry. And once you start doing business with people, they are friends and family. I said, well, it doesn't look good on this display for tonight's council meeting that it's friends and family when all the other ones on that are business related to the business that's in that building. Either the owner lives there or their employees live there. So in this case, he said with the exception of some friends that will stay there, or family that'll stay there, he said, the rest of the friends are former customers or present customers of ours. So he apologized for using that term, friends and family, but it's, so one of the big differences then is between that list there and what Levi's trying to propose is the people staying in those units that he's trying to rent aren't employees, may or may not be customers, but anyway. So, and one of the things they mentioned was the Airbnb comment, and I think I was the one that used that language, and I used it as a reference to what's happening to the housing industry in not only this community and others, is that the Airbnbs, the VRBOs, whatever you want to call them, take houses off the market that other home buyers can't have access to, and sometimes pay a premium for those houses. Had this building been built according to code and better built for leasing out, we probably wouldn't have built our building because we've been asked by several businesses to find larger places like this that they can rent. And so by leasing these out as short-term rentals, Airbnb is probably not the exact term to use, but they're short-term rentals, it is taking potential slots away. I do commend him on trying to be creative. As a retired banker, I would probably be encouraging him to try and find more revenue sources, so I commend him on that. But back to our primary reason for asking you to deny this is the job creation, the growing the tax base, the limited amount of land we have available in our industrial park. We need to leverage that as best we can. And we don't feel this is doing that, but that's probably our primary concern there. So again, Levi, I wish you the best of luck, and I hope my comments aren't seen as anything but that. But any questions?
Jim, did that answer the question that you had?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone up here on the board have any questions that Mr. Bisson can answer? No? You want to come up, Dave? I think. Do you have a question for Mr. Bisson, or you just want to respond to, like, do you want, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Come back up.
Angela, may I ask?
Sure.
We don't do this very often, so I don't know how this Board of Adjustment works, but Amanda, we're talking.
Can you use your microphone, please?
Yeah, I can do that.
You're going to testify, you need to take the oath to tell the truth.
I just need to ask.
Are you just asking a procedural question,
Yeah, I can't.
Bonnie?
There's the on button. Is that the on button? My question is, I don't know if in this procedure, public has any opportunity for input. Amanda and I had spoken, and she asked me to think about the proposal and apply
Sure.
my
And
kind
if
of
you,
thinking to it. So
if
that's
you wanna-
my question.
you would have to be sworn in and testify, and you could speak if you
Okay.
need to. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Nothing was hurtful. It's okay, man. Business is business. It's okay. The building is within code now. We've had some bumps in the road, some things that were kind of handed off in a not a proper way to us. So as far as electric and power and building code and stuff like that, that's kind of why we've been not really operating to our full potential, is because we're cleaning up a lot of loose ends from the previous company. So we've been within code and been working with the other Dave very helpful with a lot of things, and Karina as well. So that's the only thing I had to say.
And I had a thought, just a thought, but the tax revenue that bringing people in for the short-term rentals that could bring to Sturgis versus a company renting out a bay, you know, I'd be curious to kind of run those numbers and see, you know, maybe if one's better or one's worse, but I think it'd be interesting to present those numbers, and see if, you know, one is better than the other, or even, is their building that they have over there, how long it takes for them to fill out each one of their bays. You know, we've been having ours listed since we purchased the building, you know, and we just had a couple. Granted, their building is finished out and we have to build ours. But, you know, with the changing economy, you know, maybe there isn't that much of a demand. And if there is, their building is there for those businesses, and then our 7 bays are still open to that as well. So just wanted to bring that up.
One last thing to add. So during the Murphy purchasing the land that that building is on, Amanda and I had a conversation. Great people, no hard feelings with SCDC at all. They've been very welcoming with us trying to be in the area, to Rapid City, to here. We just could never get anything ironed out. Just build time and getting into a building. M.A. Murphy, essentially from what I was told, utilized a large employment field to get a discounted price on that piece of property. And next door, they're renting 3 bays from us. He wouldn't sell us the building until he had a glorified custom lease agreement by him to have 3 bays. And Dave with the city can also confirm with this. We've had a little bit of problems with trash, insulation blowing around and stuff like that. But I just wanted to make note that we're not refusing businesses. We're welcoming them in, like the LaserWorks guy, any other automotive businesses. There was a detailing business that came down today that showed interest. So as far as pushing away those businesses, we're not doing that at all. You know, that's all. That's all I got to say.
We just haven't had a lot of, enough interest to fill all 10 of them, to build them out specifically for that. That's why this idea came in, because we didn't have the interest to fill those out.
Also, one last thing to add, sorry guys. The interest has been pretty low, and we've had ours listed for built-to-suite options versus building them all out. Usually when a tenant comes in, they either want 220, they want additional this, they want ventilation for a machine or something. So with the units not being built out, we thought it would be almost a better marketing, because then the client who wanted to be inside of the bay would essentially build it to their spec versus a turnkey finished unit, because at the end of the day, it would cost us more money to rip this wall down, add this, do that. So we're kind of at a point where we're being productive with the utilization of the space for the client that wants to be in there, if that makes sense. So, here we go.
And I understand where you're coming from there, Levi, and I've been on the Economic Development Board for 32 years, and we tried to draw business in that same way, build to suit. And we didn't have any success. So that's why we started building spec buildings and at different levels of completion, so that they could either add a minor thing to it so they could move in quickly, because most people that approach us, they need a place now, unfortunately. And so I don't have the answer which is the right way or not. That's why we finished ours out, because that's where the most people that we were talking to wanted to move in right away. But I understand completely where you're trying to be flexible. But that's been our experience anyway, is try to meet most of their needs up front with, like you say, the 3-phase power, things like that. But so it's a challenge. I get it.
Yes, sir. One last thing to add. Each individual bay has its own meter for gas and electricity, which will be put in by Mix Electric, and MDU actually came out, trenched the line to the back to the tenant, where the tenants are at. So each tenant will have its own individual gas and utilities on their own dime, if that makes sense. So it's all separated. So we just wanted to clarify that as well too. We're in progress of that.
May I ask Paul a question, please?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Bisson?
Yes.
How many available spots are there in the industrial area right now? Are we close to being full?
We're probably 90% full. We have a large parcel, it's about 3.5 acres, and then we have another parcel that's about 2 acres, and that's about it. And so we haven't subdivided the larger parcel, again, staying flexible in case we did have a large company that came in that needed that space. But we're getting there.
Have you found any other locations that are available?
Well, as you know, the property that surrounds most of us was acquired by the aggregate company, and we've tried to maybe buy some from them, but they want that as a buffer area. We've reached out to the other owners around us, and they want the same price that we're asking for a completed lot with road, utilities. They want the same per acre price there. We've looked out in the rural areas and probably spent a good 2 years looking for other industrial parks. The challenges is people want quick access to interstate, and a lot of those couldn't offer that. Getting the proper power and utilities there, it's a challenge. So we couldn't come up with a good business plan that we could provide an affordable lot to a new business by doing that.
So if this group were to not be there or would be dismissed somehow, that just gives you another spot to be able to sell through the SEDC.
Well, we don't own the lot, so we don't own the building. So,
Okay.
like I mentioned earlier, we had a chance. We had the first right of refusal, and the reason we put that in our contracts is, number one, if they end up not building and then they turn around and sell the lot, we want to buy it back so we can have more input as to what goes in there. And then secondly, if it is a building that's built, we still want the chance to buy it, again, to foster the type of businesses we want out there that are going to grow the job base and the tax base in the community. So, but we passed on that, and I commend Levi for stepping in and buying it, and we wish him the best. Anything we can do to help, we'll try to help too.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, before you entertain any motions, I think it might be helpful to the new members of council to have just a little bit of background about the nature of this proceeding. As you can tell by what's going on, if I may,
Yes, absolutely.
as you can tell by what's gone on so far, this is more formal. Witnesses are sworn, a record is developed because it involves property rights. And because it involves property rights, the proceeding requires witnesses to be sworn, not just interject questions. And it's to preserve the integrity of your process. So if someone who has a significant financial interest feels mistreated, that they have a full record that they can appeal to circuit court. And that is what makes this different. And once you reach a decision, that decision will be reduced to writing, and it'll have your findings of fact. That is the facts that you believe were necessary to prove to support your decision, and it will have what are called conclusions of law, which are the legal conclusions explaining your decision. These do not happen very often, and so it's easy to lose sight of what might seem like senseless legalities, but they are legalities that are in place to protect the property rights of the parties involved. So if you have any procedural questions, I'd be happy to entertain them. And if not, I'll be quiet.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. I think that was helpful, probably to this new council, since this is the first time we've had this.
One
Correct.
that I did forget is because it involves property rights, a 2/3 majority of the members of council is necessary to take action. So that distinguishes this process from the process where a simple majority of the aldermen is necessary to achieve a decision.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Jim, you got another question?
Since we have only 6 council members here tonight, does it relate to, would we need 6 of the potential 8, or does it take 2/3 of the 6?
It takes 2/3 of the 8. The rule is 2/3 of the aldermen, not 2/3 of a quorum.
Okay. Any other questions for either Mr. Bisson with SCDC or Levi or Dave?
I just want to
there-
summarize real quick if that's, so I make sure I've got everything together. So they're making a request on a property that they own, that we don't have any ordinances surrounding short-term rentals, or?
We have ordinances involving the industrial park.
Okay.
And so,
Right.
and that's why this would be a variance or use on review. I guess, Dave, correct me. But so they would need this to pass because in the industrial park, only living quarters are supposed to be just for staff, like the owner or employees, to help promote that business, to get it up and running.
Okay.
So if they
Thank
needed
you.
a place to live. Sure.
So to clarify, if
Did
may
I
ask
say that
procedure-
right? Yeah, go ahead.
Are you voting on their request, or are you voting on the request to overturn the recommendation of the planning and zoning?
We would be voting whether or not to pass their request. So planning and zoning made the recommendation to us, and now we'll vote on whether or not to accept that. So, okay, is there anybody, Dave, you want to come up?
Just
Thank
to-
you, Mr. Bisson.
Just
Oh, go ahead.
to, I don't have the ordinance memorized, but just to clarify, the intent probably was for business use for owners, but the ordinance doesn't state that.
Okay.
So that was probably what the intent was when it was written, but it doesn't state that. It just says that that's allowable use.
Gotcha.
So,
Thank you. Oh.
I think it says in there, though, that
I know,
that the proposed use is a significant and integral part of the proposed use of the property for a period of 12 months. So the question is the proposed use a significant and integral part of their business, is the way I read that anyway, but.
I felt like I read somewhere about it being,
it's, the use is supposed to be integral to the existing business
okay,
or what their business is. So.
so maybe interpreted
It's
as.
it's how you interpret it, I guess. That's,
Gotcha.
it's up to the board to make that interpretation.
Gotcha, thank you. Does that answer your question, Councilor Kopp?
I think so.
Okay, well, I guess just to remind everybody on the board here, this did go through planning and zoning. Their recommendation was to deny this, so they did deny it at planning and zoning. And
May I ask a couple questions for clarification?
you'd like to get sworn in and testify, Bonnie? Okay, come on up and get sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And if you can please just state your name for the record.
Bonnie Alberts.
Thank you.
It just seems to me in this discussion that there are some things that are kind of vague and that I'd like to hear some clarification, and I think it would be helpful to you as well. When you talk about short-term rental, how long is a short-term rental? Are we talking a day or two? Are we talking a couple of weeks? What kind of projects do they work on, and how fleeting is that
Yes, ma'am.
rental?
So the idea behind the short-term rental is for, like, for Memorial Day. Say a family were to come up with their side-by-side with a trailer and they needed a place to stay, and bravo, they got place to put their UTV, work on it, utilize our services from next door. If they have a tire blowout or whatever, we would not entertain long-term clients. I don't think I would even interest that. So it would be for the proper time of the year, if that makes sense. So with the 2 units that we would build, essentially the employees or myself, we would live in one and we would gauge interest off of that. So with that being said, in the summer months, especially if you look at the algorithm right now on social media, it's almost impossible to find a place to stay for a month, 2 weeks, anything like that. Lots of traveling people in the area. So the idea behind it is super short, day or 2, weekend. And I really wouldn't allow long-term rentals, if that makes sense, because then we would have a long-term client.
Is a week long-term? Is 2 weeks long-term?
I wouldn't, in my opinion, no. To others, I would gladly listen to them about that. I believe a long-term client is like your leases that you set up for a rent would be 3 to 6 months, something like that.
Well, and when you talk Airbnb, a lot of times it's 1 night, 2 night, although the one that I work with is like a week or 2 at a time as well. I think one of the concerns that I've heard around this issue is that not wanting it to become an indoor campground. And when you talk about that short term, it kind of sounds that way. The other thing that would trouble me a little is your sense of security is based on the credibility of your clientele. You say you have an upper level clientele so they can be trusted. My question would be, would you have a presence on the property securing it, guaranteeing that behavior? And so those are just some of the things that come to my mind when it comes to the intent of that area out there. I know you're being innovative, and I share Ruth's enthusiasm for what you're trying to do, but I think we do have to be respectful of the intent and purpose
Correct.
of the industrial park as well. And so those were my questions. And
Yes, ma'am. As far as regarding her questions, we already have property management in the vicinity. The local PD, as I mentioned before, they're more active out there. A couple of the police officers, I actually kind of think it's kind of cool to be in the area. They're always kind of seeing what we're doing or stopping by. So there's already an up in that presence, in my opinion. They kind of stop by quite regularly, chat with us, check the place out, look it around, make nightly runs through there. As far as if this were to go through and be approved, we would have a very strict policy, very strict rules. I mean, we could even implement background check or whatever and have somebody on the property at all times managing, making sure people are following code to respect the other businesses in the area to a T. And if those rules were violated, then I would expect that permit or privilege to be revoked. And set strict rules into place till we have to follow those for you guys. This isn't going to be a circus or anything like that. I mean, it's very, very strict. And I would make my promise to you guys that this would be very strict and followed through per your guys' rules. We would make that promise to you guys.
And then, if I can add one more thing. I also invite you guys to the shop. Come down, see what we're all about, what we do. You are more than welcome to stop by. But with these rules here for the industrial park, if it's second in nature to our business, if our people who are renting our bays are automotive based, they can use our services, like our dyno and our tire machine for their purpose. So I think that's also kind of with this wording here is if the residential part is beneficial or second in nature to our stuff, if our short-term clients are using our dyno and our tire machine, I think that's, with that wording a little bit, one can say it's kind of the same as if we were staying there, as a lot of people are doing in the industrial park right now.
Utilizing the services, just for the record, I can also confirm, over the weekend of Memorial Day, we did receive a few phone calls of UTV guys who had flats who wanted to utilize our tire machine. So during the popular months, say a tenant were to be next door, almost guarantee with what we have as equipment and machines that are in our facility, anybody in the automotive world for the Corvette rally, the Mustang rally, I mean, I know some very big car groups that travel across the United States who want to change the wheels and tires up. They want to put something new on their vehicle. So not only are they Airbnb clients, they would be potential buying apparel, you know, utilizing the tire machine, the chassis dyno, the nitrous refill station, you know, stuff like that. So they would, you know, clear as day, I would imagine 90% of them would utilize something cool that we have next door as a service for clientele, business related, I don't know. But that's how we saw that on Title 18-56.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Yes,
One
Mr.
more
Marshall.
point, Madam Mayor. Eric called to my attention that variances require a 2/3 vote, but simple use on reviews are a majority vote. I apologize for my error and stand corrected.
And is it a majority of the full council or of the quorum?
It is a majority of the full council.
Okay, thank you.
Clarification on
Okay.
what the quorum is and what that means for the vote.
We're new to this, sorry.
Yeah,
So-
first time.
We have 8 aldermen, and so 5 would be a quorum. And so if it goes off of the
5
total
votes
8,
would
then
be
we
needed
we
to
need
pass.
5, and it's kind of 5 either way, whether it's 2/3 or of a quorum.
It's simply a function of the numbers.
Right. So need 5 votes to pass,
Okay.
pretty much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. We have someone else coming up. Would you like to be sworn in, sir?
Sworn in?
Yes.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
If you could just state your name for us.
Hi, my name's Dale Mack. I have 2 businesses in the industrial park, 3551 Mare Avenue and 3560 Mare Avenue. Now, the concerns I got is you guys supporting SEDC's mission to create jobs and bring businesses in. And I realize this is their building, and they should be able to do what they want with it. And the use on review, you being able to revoke it if things don't go well, these are gonna be individual units. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with car condos. They're popular across the country. People buy a unit, they put their hot rod in there, and it's just their high-end man cave. And if these don't work well as an Airbnb, and you do a use on review and pull it, they're gonna sell them. They're gonna be car condos, and they do these like strip malls. And you just got a bunch of people there that hang out on weekends and show off their cars like it's a private car show. Now that brings in the traffic and the noise at night because they're gonna be partying.
Thank you.
Thank
Does
you.
anyone have any questions for Mr. Mack? Or comments? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify for this? All right, I think we've asked a lot of questions. Is anyone prepared to make a motion on this? Sure.
We're making a motion to accept the business as presented or to,
You could make a motion to approve it. You could make a motion to deny the request. You could make any other kind of motion.
I would make a motion to approve their use.
Okay, so that is a first by Jim to approve this use on review to allow residential quarters. Is there a second? Not hearing a second, I would say that motion fails. Is there a different motion? I guess this is a tough one.
Weren't there only two options to approve or
I mean,
deny?
you could make something else, approve it conditionally, deny it with other conditions. I mean, you could, but pretty much approve or deny would be your standard. Mr. Marshall, what happens if we have no motions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As with many things, taking no action is also an action. So if council does not choose to make a motion, the matter would die for lack of council action.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to say, obviously, this is pretty tough for everybody sitting up here. You know, we have rules or the ordinance, and we have exceptions to those rules in the form of the variance. I've always been under the understanding or impression that these variances were for employees or owners of the business. I think it's a great idea. I struggle with if it takes the reason for the variance historically too far. With that said, I'm going to make a motion to deny.
Okay, that would be a first by Jesse to deny this use on review, which would allow residential quarters. Is there a second on that?
We better do a point of procedure here. Mr. Marshall, we've got a motion to approve on the table, on the table. Do we not have to say something like the motion fails for lack of
I
the
did.
second?
Yeah, I believe I said that.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't hear it.
Did everybody hear me say that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You are correct, Mr. Bashan.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that first one failed, Mike.
So now we got Jesse's.
So now we have one on the floor to deny.
I'll second, but also with comment, like, I think it's a great idea and I think there's a need for it, but I don't see it fitting into the industrial park, unfortunately.
Okay, so we have a first by Jesse and a second by Ruth to deny that use on review allowing residential quarters. Is there any further discussion on the matter? Yes.
Does this also require the majority? Yeah, it's a simple majority on this, 5 votes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion from anyone who testified? Okay. I will go ahead and roll call this one. Jesse. So it's a yes if you want to deny it.
Yes.
Okay. And Mike,
Yes.
Ruth,
Yes.
Kevin,
Yes.
Jim? And Nick?
Yes.
Okay, so that is 5 votes to deny that use on review. Sorry, guys, but thank you. Okay, then we are moving on to our next item. And we have another hearing. So item 10.4 is an appeal of an administrative citation for an alleged violation of our Sturgis Code 110523. And this would be with Sturgis Meats.
Madam
And if-
Mayor, if
yes.
I may, this is also a unique procedure, one that I have not encountered in my 3 years here. I have provided the mayor as well as all council members with the appeal statute that defines the elements of appeal and the procedure for the appeal. In an appeal, the person who is challenging the decision has the burden of proof. So Ms. Tolley would go first, present her testimony, be cross-examined by the city's representative, call her other witnesses, and then she would rest, just as if this was a trial. Then the city representative would present their testimony and evidence. Ms. Tolley would have the opportunity to cross-examine, and then the city would have the opportunity to present any other evidence that it has. The city would then rest, and Ms. Tolley would be given the opportunity to rebut. So it is even more formal than the previous procedure, although the rules of evidence do not strictly apply. As a matter just of interest, ordinance gives you 30 minutes to conduct this procedure unless council makes a motion, unless otherwise directed by the city council, and that's 36.04.02. So if you hit the half-hour point and you want to hear more, you may certainly direct that the proceedings take more time.
Thank you. That's a good point to know. Okay, is Ms. Tolley present? Yes, it's full, actually. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. Do you want to come forward and sit up here? And okay. I do just want to advise you that a violation of this code that I mentioned, 110523, may result in an administrative citation or criminal prosecution for a Class 2 misdemeanor or both. And a Class 2 misdemeanor is punishable by a fine of up to $500 or 30 days in jail, or a combination of a fine and jail. Also, any statements that you make during this appeal process and in your notice of appeal may be used against you if subsequent criminal charges are commenced. And before we begin, I will just ask anybody here on the board, or I guess anybody that plans on testifying, if there are any conflicts of interest. Okay, not hearing any conflicts of interest, I would ask our city attorney to go ahead and swear in the parties. So we'll get you sworn in, Ms. Toll.
And this would be for any other person who intends to testify as a witness during this proceeding, so we can save time not repeating this time and time again.
So should we ask everybody who plans on testifying to come forward to get sworn in?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Mayor.
Anybody who plans on testifying, please come forward just to get sworn in.
Where do you want us?
Just right there is fine.
Okay.
But as long as everybody stands up who plans on testifying. Okay.
You and each of you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. Thank you. Then I guess I will ask you, Ms. Toll, do you have any evidence that or any documents that you intend to offer as evidence that we would need to have admitted? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So if you can just label all of those documents.
Yeah, we'll try to make this brief. I know this is a long session.
Okay.
What's that? Oh, this is our slaughter.
All right. I'll let you go ahead and begin to present your case if you're ready. Bless you.
Okay. So then, Cindy, if you could just briefly describe for the council how it is you end up buying Sturgis meat.
Okay, so Sturgis Meats, as most of you probably know, has been in Sturgis since 1964. I bought Sturgis Meats from the Gap family, who has been the sole owner of Sturgis Meats in 2020. And then I currently own Sturgis Meats as Sturgis Meats LLC. So we do Sturgis jerky, and we process for about 580 agricultural producers in western South Dakota and the surrounding region. So that's how I came to go about acquiring Sturgis Meats. The processes, I should add, have not changed since 1964. So the processes that we use today are the same that were used on the slaughter floor forever. So that means, as far as I know.
And so when you're talking about Sturgis Meats, do you know approximately how much water you use at Sturgis Meats?
Yeah, Sturgis, one of the things about meat processing facilities in small communities is we're big water users. And we, on the average, use about, between 50 and 60,000 gallons of water a month, which is a lot. And and this is important, and the reason it's important for wastewater treatment facilities, generally small meat processing facilities in small towns really help to dilute, to add water to the wastewater treatment facility. I'm a scientist, I'm a biochemist, and so these things I point out because they're significant. When I was doing my research on this, I thought that was a really valid and important point. So I think we're helping the Sturgis Municipal Wastewater Treatment Facility.
So when we're talking about the water usage for the months where we have these violations, what was your water usage for February?
51,000 gallons,
And for March?
49,000, sorry,
And for April?
62,000.
Okay.
So we use a lot of water.
And then when we're talking about the number of animal that you slaughter, do you keep records of that?
We do. We're a USDA certified organic slaughter facility and processing facility. We're highly regulated. We have 2 full-time USDA inspectors at our facility all the time, from 6:30 to 3, Monday through Friday. We keep track. We have immaculate records. We keep track of everything, highly regulated. And the slaughter floor process is one of the, we have an inspector that is all they do is slaughter floor.
Okay. So then you're aware of there was somebody with a cigarette at your facility that told Mr. Plaguemeyer that there was 2,000 pounds of waste you couldn't get rid of? You saw that
I
statement.
saw the statement. I don't know who it was.
So
and
like
I-
this
yeah.
2,000 pounds, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 2. From January through April, how many beef, how many head of cattle did you slaughter?
Okay, so during that time period, we did 141 cattle, 33 hogs, 10 yak, 0 buffalo, and 16 lambs.
And so how many did you do in January? Beef. I'm just talking beef.
Oh, beef, 29,
February, how many beef?
39,
March
36,
and April.
37.
And of those, how much blood does and waste does when you slaughter a cow? How much is that?
On the average, depending on the size, a cow might have 8 gallons of blood in the whole body.
And so you've got a total amount of the blood that was collected. How much for those 4 months was the total blood that you collected for January, February, March, and April of this year?
1,156 gallons of blood.
And let me ask it to you this way. There's a reason why you keep track of blood. Is that something you're able to sell?
Yeah, blood from certain animals is something that is saleable. If they're grass-fed, organic animals, or cows, buffalo, it's a valuable product.
So when the man with the cigarette, who we don't know who his name is, said that there was 2,000 pounds of blood that you couldn't get rid of,
That would take me 6 months.
6 months of blood, and then for January, February, March, and April, you store. I mean, but what he's saying is you stored up 4 months of blood, and you still don't
6
get
months.
to. But for the 4 months, you still don't get to 2,000 pounds of
No,
blood.
it's only 1,150 pounds of blood.
Describe, if you could describe for the council how often you dispose of blood and where you dispose of the blood.
All of our waste, again, we're a highly regulated facility. We can't have anything in our facility that draws flies or pests or anything. I mean, it's a very clean, organized facility. So we have to get rid of our any slaughter waste or processing waste gets taken to the landfill in Belle Fourche weekly during the winter when it's colder. And during the summer, sometimes we have to run twice a week. And that product is stored in the cold until it travels.
Is there any reason why you would store 4 months of blood?
No, we would be written up in violating USDA protocol. It doesn't happen.
So describe for the council what the USDA does to inspect your facility on a daily basis.
Our entire facility is inspected by USDA, the entire property. So everything from the grass being mowed to any trash out by the dumpsters to the inside on the processing floor, everything is inspected. Everything that we have a grant of inspection for is highly regulated.
And so when you're slaughtering cattle, is somebody on the floor?
Yeah, we have a USDA inspector there all the time.
So like when you drain the blood from the animal, the inspector watches you drain the blood from the
The
animal.
inspector's right there. And the way it works, I know it sounds really horrible, but we all, probably most of us in this room eat meat, and it's one of those things. We raise the animals to eat them, and we appreciate that. But the animals get slaughtered, and it's humanely. Then they get hung and the animals get slit, the throat, and it gets bled into a barrel that collects the blood. And then after the blood is drained out of the animal, it goes on to further processing. And some of the folks in this room have been invited in to see the slaughter process. And we actually had somebody from the Department of Natural Resources. I mean, anybody's welcome to come see how we do it. It's not the most queasy stomach thing, but I don't like to watch it, but.
And so when you go to the Belle Fourche to dispose of the waste and the blood, do you keep track of your receipts for the waste and the blood?
Yeah, we do it. We have an account at the landfill at Belle Fourche, and yeah, we record that how much waste we deposit and how much it costs us. And it's a fairly big expense for us. But we do use a lot of the, organs for pet foods and that type of thing. And all of our hides go to make UGG boots, so that's pretty cool.
And so when you're looking at your credit card receipts for February through, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, perfect. And so when you're going through and looking at your credit card receipts for February through May, were you making regular
yeah.
deliveries to the Belfouche waste dump with your waste and blood?
Yep. Yeah, we normally go, Thursday or Friday,
And
end of the week.
And so your credit card statement also for the business also exemplifies for the council that you are regularly making deposits of the waste and blood to the landfill, correct?
Correct.
And so you're not storing up 2,000 pounds of blood to dump down the drain?
Absolutely not. We couldn't. We'd be shut down by USDA.
So I've marked as Exhibit 4 the receipts for the landfill at Belfouche. The other, because I'm a little confused. So were you ever able to, in the packet that you got, that there was somebody on March 21st of 2024, the guy with the cigarette, do you know who that would have been? That said you had 2,000 pounds of waste you couldn't get rid of?
I have no idea.
What about this forklift? Do you have a forklift broke down so you couldn't transport waste anywhere?
We have 2 forklifts. One is not working, one works.
Do you know how many smokers you got working for you?
2, I think.
But has anybody ever told you who the smoker was with the cigarette
No,
outside?
I got this when I looked up the agenda.
Would it have been helpful for you if you knew who the smoker
It
was?
would be very helpful if I had some more information.
Do you even know if the man who was smoking was even an employee for you?
I have no idea. I don't know who it is. Just says somebody with a cigarette.
So there's this guy, and his name is Blade. And evidently, somehow, there's this telephone call to the inspector by some guy named Blade. Did you have a guy named Blade working for you?
Yes.
And what was Blade's job when he worked for you?
Blade was a kill floor manager.
And when he's the...
When I bought the plant, he was a kill floor manager.
And how long did he work for you?
God, he's worked for me on and off for 4 years, 5 years since.
And so were you aware that on Tuesday, April 9th of this year, this man named Blade called somebody at the city by the name of Mr. Cano?
No, I wasn't. I asked Blade. He said he didn't make any phone call.
Well, this guy that called Mr. Cano said he was fired from Sturgis Meats. You ever fire Blade from Sturgis
Blade
Meats?
was not fired from Sturgis Meats.
So what's the deal with this Blade complaining about moldy meat? Did Blade come to you with moldy meat problems?
I have no idea what that is all about. Blade works on the kill floor.
And so, like, when was the last time you talked with Blade?
I talk to Blade all the time.
Have you talked with him in the last couple days
Yeah, I talked to him today.
about this?
I asked him about it if he made a statement. He said he did not. He didn't know anything about it.
Did he ever say that he was complaining because he needed to take some time and clean, and then you, I think she means you fired him? That
I did
ever
not
happen?
fire Blade, no.
Hmm.
So I don't know what that's about. I just saw that too when I downloaded the agenda. So I have no idea.
Did he ever tell you anything, this Blade, your employee that you never fired? So did this employee Blade that you never fired, did he ever complain to you about seeing barrels of blood being dumped down floor drains?
No, I mean, there's USDA inspectors back there all the time. If there was barrels of blood being dumped around the floor drains, I would have heard about it.
And so, exhibit number 3, what is that an exhibit of?
Oh, it's just the number of animals that we processed on that specific period of time. And,
Okay.
you know, we kind of already went over that.
And so when we go over these numbers, these are a little bit more detailed, but all these numbers that, or all these cattle that you process, that wouldn't add up to 2,000 pounds of blood, would it?
No, it'd take, 5-6 months.
Okay. 5 or 6 months of not going to the dump for
Correct.
the whole time. Okay. So that's Exhibit 3. Now, when we're going through this, you've got the citation for having blood.
Yeah, it's right here, right?
And so you're, let me grab it.
I think it's right here.
So then the citation is in subsection D. Now, as you understand it, when they were looking into the drain, where was the drain that they were looking at?
Well, from what I saw, I went out one day and I saw the guys were out videoing. They had a video camera and a mirror, and they were doing this kind of thing with the sun reflecting down so they could look at the water, and they told me it was pink. And they said it was from us slaughtering, and we weren't actually during that period of time. We were not slaughtering, so I'm not sure. But I'm assuming that's the manhole cover that everybody's talking about is the one that I visited with the city employees. But it's right in front of my building.
So the manhole cover in front of your building,
It's on the street.
did, as you're understanding it, did anybody take a sample of anything that they, from the water that was coming from, or that was going through the,
No,
where the
that
manhole
was that was my suggestion as a scientist. You saw that in my response. If you think that the plant is what's the word? Putting blood and et cetera into the wastewater system, why not just take a sample and find out what's in it? Find out the quantities, find out, what's in the wastewater system that's affecting the Sturgis treatment plant.
And so when we're looking at the violation that you've got, for solid or viscous substances in quantities or sizes capable of causing an obstruction or other interference with the proper operation of the wastewater facilities. Did anybody ever tell you what quantities or percentage or anything about the blood level that was in the water?
No, nobody knew anything except for they looked down the manhole with a pink.
And they saw pink.
They saw, with a video camera and a mirror, and they saw pink. That was it.
But you understand that the pink is also in conjunction with the guy with the cigarette and Blade who says that he never made a complaint against you, right?
Right.
So those are the three things. Nobody took any samples that they could test, and there's a guy with a cigarette and Blade who says that you never talked to anybody at the city.
Right.
Okay. So is there any quantities that you're aware of in any report you ever saw?
I have not seen any reports of any quantities of any water quantity information at all. And I don't, yeah.
Would you agree with me that if you really were dumping 2,000 gallons worth of blood down the drain, that'd probably be a problem?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. When the city came to you, did they ever ask to go see where your blood barrels were or anything?
I believe the city, I don't know who exactly from the city has been in there, but there were several people I invited in to go check it out, and the head guy from wastewater at the Department of Natural Resources also went in.
So the guy from the Natural Resources, and his name is, let's see.
Yeah, I didn't bring that copy of that.
Now I've got it here. Kyle Dewar, an engineer level 3 water quality control program. He ever cite you for any violations?
No.
He just sent you a letter saying these are the federal rules and follow them, right?
Correct.
You have any problems with the letter that he sent you? You'd agree you're supposed to follow rules, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You'd agree with him when he doesn't charge you with anything. You think that's probably a right decision by him, correct?
Yep.
So what do you think that there's a guy with a cigarette, Blade, who says he didn't talk with anybody and nobody did any testing, and now you're sitting here in a violation for a business that you have purchased that's been in operation since 1964, and you're still using the same procedures? What do you think of that?
I mean, I think it's wrong, and that's why I appealed it.
Yeah, but it's only $100 and you're paying me to sit here
Well,
with you.
Yeah, I get that, but I just, what's wrong is wrong and what's right is right. And I just don't think it was I want to see some numbers. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. And I mentioned that in my appeal letter and also to some folks that were out, videotaping the pink water on the day we didn't even slaughter.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jim.
Okay, thank you. And I've just been keeping an eye on time, just so everyone knows we're at 20 minutes. Is there any city staff, Mr. Smith, you got sworn in? Did you have any questions for Mrs. Toll and follow up to what she said?
I don't have any questions for her. Just present what I got.
Okay, why don't you come up and present what you have?
May I have a
Oh,
seat?
yeah, absolutely.
So basically, I'll just provide you with the staff report, the background information on this violation, which you probably already know, but March 21st, city staff were videotaping the sanitary sewer line in front of Sturgis Meat Service. They observed and recorded blood draining into the sanitary sewer, which is a violation of Sturgis Municipal Code 11.05.23. I was notified an administrative violation, and I issued the citation on March 21st from my office, which is code enforcement. And then there's the violation of that ordinance may result, as you read earlier, either in the administrative citation or criminal prosecution. The owner was advised by the city attorney on May 9th that any statement made in the appeal process and in the notice of appeal may be used against her for subsequent criminal charges. And attached is all the administrative citation, my letter and everything. We do have a video that Deb will key up and play for us. This video, this is a hour-long video, and we'll just play the first, which is approximately 9 minutes. This was, as you can see, upstream of the Sturgis Meat Plant in their sewer line. That's where our city staff was cameraing the line.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't know for time's sake. I think
In
that
this
everybody see-
in this 1 hour video, approximately 5 times the water goes from clear to blood red, 5 times throughout this 1 hour and 10-minute video. And
Do
I
you
watched
know a
it.
spot where it goes, the difference in when it's clear and then red?
You just
So
go
that we could see the
forward.
difference?
There we go.
At 9:24, it says it's clear again, and then I have to go to 14.
Dave, can you explain when it goes red, the foam?
I cannot.
And this is at 14 minutes. Goes clear again, and at 18:50, it goes back to red. It said.
think the times are approximate from.
Okay. I guess, does anyone have any questions on the video? Otherwise, I'll ask Dave if he has any more.
That's
more
all I,
information?
that's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mrs. Toll, if you have any questions for city staff, or is your attorney going to ask
If we could.
questions?
Okay,
Sure
awesome.
thing.
And so we just saw the video. How many gallons?
I can't tell you, it just ran, the first, ran for approximately 9 minutes.
Okay. So you don't know how many gallons it is. And so you would agree, because you checked with the water, that Cindy, during the time that you watched, was buying from the city about 50,000 gallons of water a month, correct?
That's what she said, yes.
Okay.
I don't work for the water department, so I don't have
Oh,
those
okay, I didn't
numbers.
know if you went and looked that up. And so your 9 minutes, do you know approximately, is it less than 0.001 percentage of the water that Cindy uses?
Can't tell you. I do not know.
Did you do anything to measure the, in your statute says the quantity or size capable of interfering with the operation of your wastewater facility? Did you do anything to measure the quantity or size?
No, I did not. I don't work for the wastewater. I'm just the code enforcement officer.
Did you go talk
I
to
went
him?
through, and where it says just the whole blood,
Okay.
right there, it's just dumping, period.
Okay, and so, but you understand that it has to be in a quantity or size capable of obstruction or interfering with the wastewater facility, correct?
Well,
You see
if,
that?
yeah, if you talk to our public works director and our wastewater facilities operator, there was an issue out there from all this blood that came out.
And so where's that in your report?
It's not in there.
Why is
Because
that?
because that wasn't, I didn't hear that until the other day.
Oh, so this is an incomplete report?
No, it's a very complete report.
Oh, okay. So, you understand that it's a slaughter plant, correct?
Yes.
Do you understand that that there will be absolutely no possibility that there will be zero blood from that slaughter plant going into the drain?
I don't believe that's the case. There shouldn't be any going into the drain.
So when you wash the meat and wash the carcasses, you're saying that has to be a 0% chance of blood going into your sewer system?
That's what our ordinance says, yes.
You think that that ordinance says that there should be none from the water, or from Sturgis Meat, that's been here since 1964?
Yes.
And you think that the prior owners of Sturgis Meat had zero blood in the sewer system?
I can't speak to that.
Okay. Did you ever ask Ms. Toll that if she uses the same process they used since 1964,
No.
that there probably is the same processes that they used since 1964, and there has always been some amount of blood going into the sewer?
No, I did not.
When I'm sitting, and I'll show it to you, show me where it says that there is zero blood that goes into your sewer system.
It just says you can't dump whole blood.
No, read the first part. Where does it say there's zero blood
It
that should
does
go into
not.
the system? It doesn't say
It
that,
just
does it?
says solid or viscous substances in quantity, size, are capable of causing obstruction to the flow in the sewers and other interference with the proper operation of the wastewater facilities. Said prohibited materials shall include but not limited to ashes, bones, cinders, sand, mud, straw, shavings, metal, glass, rags, feathers, tar, plastics, wood, underground garbage, whole blood, paunch, manure, hair, fleshings, entrails, milk, whey, paper dishes, cups, milk containers, etc., or either whole or ground garbage grinders.
Okay. And so you never measured anything. How do you, when you look at the red water, how do you know it was blood?
Because it was at the wastewater treatment plant, from what I was told from the the sanitation guys that were cameraing it.
Is that the same guys that talked to the guy with the cigarette?
Sure.
Who's the name of the guy with the cigarette?
I have no idea. I didn't talk to those guys. They provided the statements to
Do you
me.
think that it would be important to put the guy with the name of the cigarette? Because he's making a pretty serious allegation against a local business that's been here for over 50 years. Don't you think it's important to get that name?
I didn't talk to the guy, so I didn't get the name.
And then Blade, did you ever follow up with Blade before you went after
I
a
did
business
not.
that's been here for 50 years?
No.
If I could ask us to pause for a moment, we have reached our 30 minutes. And Mr. Marshall, I believe, did you say it goes by a vote whether or not council or this board would like to continue longer than 30 minutes?
What it says, Madam Mayor, is the appeal shall be scheduled on the agenda of a regularly scheduled meeting of the City Council for a period of 30 minutes unless otherwise directed by council. I read that to say you can do it at a regular meeting, you can do it at a special meeting. It should go no more than 30 minutes, but you may allow it to go on more than 30 minutes if you deem that appropriate.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
we're done. I think we're completed, so I don't
Okay.
have anything further.
I know there's a little more in our process, but thank you for that cross-examination. Does this board want to hear any more on this, or we'll go on with the procedure? Yes.
And it's probably just as somebody misspoke. We're talking about blood as pounds or gallons. They're not interchangeable necessarily.
Gallons.
Gallons, okay. So the amount that you take to the Belfouche dumping facility is in gallons.
Is in gallons, it's liquid, yeah.
And then if you had 2,000, what's the conversion between the gallons and the pounds? Like
I
for
think blood's
2,000?
about the same as water. You know, gallon of water is what, 8 pounds?
Okay.
Okay. Then, Mrs. Toll, do you have any further testimony or exhibits?
No,
Or is that?
we're good, thank you.
Okay. Well, I would entertain a motion then to go into exec to discuss this, to make a decision. Is there a motion to go into exec?
Motion.
Okay, that is a first by Jim
Second.
and a second by Mike. All those in favor of going into executive session, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Those opposed with a no? Okay, we will go into Okay, and we are back to our public session for this hearing. After deliberation, Mrs. Toll, this body did find that there was a violation. A written report on that decision, including the findings, will be furnished to you within 20 days of the closing of this hearing. So you do have the right to appeal via an application for a writ of
Certiorari.
From the Circuit Court for the 4th Judicial Circuit Court of Meade County. And with that, I would close this hearing. I'm sorry? We deliberated in executive session and came back with our findings.
I don't believe a public vote is required, Mr. Sword.
We're going-
What you have are findings and conclusions to appeal from.
How do I know what the vote was?
I don't believe that that's relevant.
I think the public should know what the vote was.
I believe the chair has ruled.
There's no vote. I mean, even in a court of law, I get to know what the jurors voted. I can poll the jury, I'm polling the jury.
The technical rules of evidence don't apply based on the city's ordinance.
Correct, but this is a public body and they have to vote. That's an open meetings law violation.
Not according to our ordinance. Our
According
ordinance,
to the open meetings law, you have to take a vote if you're gonna uphold this. I'll file an open meetings law violation if I don't get a vote. You can't deliberate in secret and then make a ruling and then come out here and just announce it without a vote.
Well,
That's
that
clearly
was
an open meetings law violation.
That was our understanding of how this process went, that we go into exec to discuss the matter and announce the decision after exec. Sure. I don't.
Talk to the mic so the people online can hear you.
Yeah.
Please.
So this, what I'm asking for is just a public vote. Your South Dakota open meetings law requires you that before you make a decision, you come out of an executive session and that you have a vote. What you're basically telling me is that you went into executive session, you met in secret, you made a decision, and you won't tell these people in the community what your vote was. And that's against the open meetings law.
that is according to the city ordinance, and with your permission, I can read what the ordinance states.
I believe
And-
what your ordinance states. I just think that it's not consistent with South Dakota open meetings law. The purpose that these people are sitting here, and we've all been sitting here a long time, they're entitled to know how each one of you voted on this. You can't go into executive session and hide behind that and just say, oh, by the way, come out and this is what we did. Was it unanimous? The people just get to, people should see if it's unanimous.
Mr. Marshall, I mean, just for, I guess, for this body to know, do you want to state the ordinance that we are going off of? I'm sorry, is it long?
That it is two ships passing in the night. I'm happy to read the ordinance. I'm not going to offer an opinion on an open meetings violation. But City Ordinance 36.04.05 says, after each appeal hearing, the council shall consider the evidence in executive session and may state its decision when it has concluded the executive session. In addition, the council shall provide written findings stating the following: the evidence and other things that really don't speak to the open meeting.
And I appreciate the ordinance is convenient for the board not releasing their decision to the public, but these people have all sat through the hearing, and I think most of them would want to know how everybody voted. Or the people online would want to know how everybody voted. That's what open meetings law and open government is, and that's why we have open forums. You don't get to go into executive session and then just come out and say, oh, by the way, my decision is this, but you don't get to see how I voted. So.
I mean, I guess I would leave it to the body to decide if they want let the votes to be heard.
I believe it was pretty clear in our election the way that people talked about transparency, and I have to absolutely agree that I think it should, and I don't see why it shouldn't be done publicly.
Sure.
That would be my
I
choice.
certainly don't have an issue with that.
Okay. All right. Then I will just roll call this so that you can know, Mrs. Toll.
Do we have to go back in?
No, we are in the public session now. Yep. So I'll just roll call this so that they know. And this will be on whether or not, so our decision was that we did find a violation. So Nick,
Yes.
Jim,
No.
Kevin,
Yes.
Ruth,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Jesse.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there you have it. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Toll. All right. And I'm not sure that we officially closed this hearing then. So I will officially close this hearing. It is 9:20. All right. Up next, we have reports. 11.1 is consideration to repeal Resolution 2024-32 and approve Resolution 2024-40. And Mr. Marshall, I believe you have the report on that.
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. What I have done is provided a new resolution 2024-40 that I believed complied with what I had heard discussed during the special session Thursday night. I've provided a redlined comparison of that initial resolution to the proposed resolution. And in addition, I have provided in the council report answers to 2 questions from a member of the council saying that some changes in 2024-32 offered by council members for discussion were not included. Not a provision, and the provision that was not included was whereas currently city officers and direct reports, including the city finance officer, the city attorney, the director of communications and outreach, are appointed by the council, report to the council, and may be removed by the council. I did not include that because as of the date of canvassing the vote on the referendum, I did not believe that that is currently the law. The other question was members of council had expressed interest in allowing the powers and duties of the mayor and council to be different than that provided in state statute. What details and powers were those? And my understanding was that there was discussion about hiring and firing, as well as discussions about to whom department heads and staff report. And the product of those discussions led me to suggest that you consider investigating an open rules, not an open rules, a home rule charter. Thank you. So that is the full extent of my report.
Okay, thank you. Well, the city attorney report, yes. Okay, I will open the floor. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Well, I have a question, Mayor.
Sure.
First question is procedurally, is this two actions? Repeal 2432 and then work on approving 2440? I see it as two actions.
Was it written in the resolution? Did I read something that the one was repealed and that one comes into effect? Under the be it resolved?
It is in the proposed resolution that Resolution 24-32 is repealed.
So it would be one
It's
action.
further resolved that the new Resolution 2024-40 be adopted. And you're certainly open to amending that.
Along questions that were answered, the appointment or reappointment is not included. So can you clarify, is that coming back then? Will council make a reappointment at a later date? Or has it been determined that that's not needed? Because it's not included with...
I don't know that that's been determined yet.
Well, we didn't have any discussion at the special meeting about hiring and firing. That was actually, if my memory is right, from our previous council. That, as we've talked about heavily, adjourn, sign, die. And but I do have a question though, as it applies to that, because it's an item that's on the report here about hiring and firing, and it involves South Dakota State Law 91423, employment of attorney, contract by ordinance or resolution. And that reads that a governing body of any municipality may contract for legal services or employ an attorney under such terms and conditions as the governing body shall seem or deem proper. So with this, just for this point of clarification, what is the opinion as to the ability to terminate the attorney? Who can do that?
Are you asking me to render an opinion on my own firing?
I'm trying to understand how the process works, because if the firing is only completed by the mayor, the statute provides express authority for the city council to employ or hire the attorney. Is there a similar authority authorizing the mayor to hire an attorney?
Madam Mayor, do you want me to engage in a debate on these questions?
I don't believe that you should, Mr. Marshall. If Eric is able to answer anything, I would say he can. For some of these questions, Councilor Forrester, I would almost recommend in a situation like this, we might consider getting special counsel to answer these type of questions.
Well, it really leads to a question of who works for who. And if the city attorney works for the executive branch, who is the legal team for the legislative branch?
I think the city attorney works for the city. And at the end of the day, our city attorney has a contract, as you stated, and so no matter what happens, that contract will always come into play, too.
I only ask these questions because it's on the agenda, or on the agenda report. Again, this was not brought up at all on the special meeting on the 30th. So I'm not sure where we got to breaking the law from our discussion on the 30th.
Because it was included in the resolution that you proposed, and because it's my opinion that that is no longer a correct statement of the law.
Well, I think you should actually review what was proposed. That wasn't part of it.
I have reviewed what was proposed, and it indeed was part of it.
So again, Councilor Forrester, I mean, if we're going to be at an impasse here because of this particular question, I mean, I really say that we need to consider getting special counsel to advise this body on South Dakota law and what we are able to do.
Are we able to have there, or is that not?
I mean, I'm not sure if this is Eric's area of expertise.
I don't know. I'm asking if that's something to keep things.
Yeah, and I can ask
neutral,
Eric
and
if
maybe
he's
Eric's
able.
not prepared to answer these. I don't know. I'm looking for a solution, I guess.
Exactly.
I mean, one thing is communities with both the city administrator, they do both. So, I mean, I think there's a possibility that under that statute, that the council could employ a city attorney. And alternatively, under the powers of the city administrator or the mayor, she could also appoint attorneys. And it just depends on how the ordinances are structured.
And right now, we don't have any ordinances under this type of government, and that's why state law is what comes into play here. So, I mean, if there are changes that need to be made to this resolution to address something while we look for maybe some special counsel to help us in getting past this particular section, then maybe we can do that. Because I think even asking Eric to speak to it.
Madam Mayor,
so much.
go ahead.
And I don't want to move past this if we're not done with it, but another part of that I'm questioning is, last special meeting, we talked about a ad hoc committee. I question if isn't that what we were elected to do? And I mean, if that's how everybody feels, that's fine, but it seems to me that we should have those discussions in open meetings, not a special committee that has, special meetings that nobody makes it to. And it just seems like if we had those at the council meetings, every citizen in town would have input.
You're talking about the administrative, or about
The
committee of
maybe
the-
I'm jumping the gun here. I'm moving past this and getting into the special committee.
And I think, Jesse, to kind of answer that is, I would expect those to be pretty long discussions, and that's a lot of work. And doing that in our regular meetings where we have our regular business to conduct, I'm not sure that would be practical, and that's why that committee.
I'm just trying to
Yeah.
keep it as
Sure.
transparent and give everybody,
Right.
citizens, the best, biggest opportunity that we can give them.
Right. And that's why we would have members of the community on that, and then that committee would make a recommendation to this council that, then opens that up for discussion again with this council based on their recommendation. But that's how I looked at that committee being formed, and I believe we've used that type of committee for larger things like this to kind of get a feel of where the community wants to go, how they want to see
Are those
our city
open?
run.
If that's the route we go, those are
They
open
could
meetings?
be. They could be.
I think if that's the route we go, they absolutely need to be. Just
I don't
for
know that
transparency.
they would be to have everyone's input, but it could certainly be watched. Again, these are going to be I imagine, pretty lengthy discussions. So,
Go.
Thanks, Jesse. I don't want to get by you either, but I think based on what you brought up, I do think the idea of a special counsel being appointed somehow is important. And again, Mr. Marshall, this is not to be done personally as much as it is. I think there is a matter of distrust in terms of whether we feel that you represent the entire council or just the legislative council. And as a result, I think having somebody else would give us at least a feeling of some closure to this so we can move on. And I think you were wise to suggest that.
go ahead. You have a question? Sure.
Jesse, thank you for providing that comment. I myself, I agree with that. We form a committee. We've got a few people involved in the discussion. I would prefer to do it in open session where everyone is able to bring their comments forward, and ultimately then the recommendation or the decision comes from the council. We've been elected to represent the people, and if we have an open, not a work session, an open meeting, anybody can make their comments, they can provide their input, and when we come out the other end, we can build this forward. The home rule piece was brought forward, I guess, maybe a little bit because, Councilor Dargits isn't here tonight, but, he said he was interested in more information, more to read on it. I don't think we should be entertaining changing where we went. The vote was to not employ a city manager. That led us to a strong mayor. We need to craft our ordinances hopefully it leads to a job description as well for a city administrator, because I think generally everybody agrees that, part-time counselors, part-time mayor is not going to work. But taking an example from Rapid City that spent 1 year, 2 years, 17-person committee, and, had a lot of turmoil and ended up not doing anything on their home rule decision, should be a little bit of an indicator where we're at. We heard at our special meeting that we need to get to work. Let's get to work on this ordinance. We've got examples. If we circle back to the old council, Councilor Aaron Jordan, he did a whole lot of research on all of the communities around the state that had ordinances. Many of them very good ordinances that I think, I'm only speaking for my position, but will work for us. They look like they'll work for us. They have the tools to help build our community, and they're successful in these other communities. So I'm not sure why we go on a 1 year or a 2 year vision quest to try and come up with a whole nother form of government at this point.
Oh, well, I know in the resolution, it stated that that committee would make a recommendation to council by a certain date, and it was not too far out, but, so certainly no one wants to go on a year or two quest to change anything. And so after our special meeting discussion, it sounded like everybody had wanted that committee, and that's why it was put in there. But
I thought it was on the face of it, I thought it sounded good, but the more I thought about it, people have been screaming transparency, closed door meetings, they don't like them. And I think the more we can do to keep every bit of communication open and give the citizens a chance to contribute, we're just that much better for it, in my opinion.
Well, if I may, yes. Jesse, to your point about listening to the people and what they want, in my opinion, when it comes to this resolution as it stands, the people voted in April, like Kevin also said, for the former government without a city manager. And that's already, I don't know why we're already entertaining a discussion for another form of government when we just had the vote for changing the form of government. So in my opinion, I think that what we need to focus on with this resolution is solely on Title VII changes and potentially the job description and duties for a city administrator. And I agree with you that we were voted in that election as well to help facilitate those conversations and bring those changes and those ordinances around to implement the vote and the change for that vote. So as far as the committee goes, I feel like, in my opinion, the council is that committee. But when it comes to the version attached to the agenda, I'm of the opinion to remove everything related to home rule, especially looking at what happened with Rapid City and their long journey of trying to look into that. I'm not opposed to looking at that in the future, but I think given the history of that taking so long with other municipalities, it should be separate. And we should focus on this resolution with the changes to Title VII and what the people voted for in April. So I advocate for removing everything related to home rule in this resolution. And actually had a red line version, and I emailed it out about 5 minutes ago to the whole council and to Deb and Lisa and Rick and Jody and to you as well. So I don't know if there's any desire to pull it up or anything, but everyone has a copy of it where all the home rule and the committee stuff is redlined out. I would love it. Appreciate that. Thank you.
So right now, there is discussion about removing that part of this resolution, anything that has to do with home rule charter. Is there anything else about this resolution that anyone questioned or comments?
I guess I would
or-
just reiterate that I would like to see, if we move forward with a committee, that those meetings be open so the public can come. I mean, I understand that we will appoint citizens, but, I think people should be able to come and give their input.
So are you saying we should remove any mention of committee too?
Well,
Is that
I mean,
your
I guess I don't
recommendation to
necessarily
remove that?
care. I understand that it could be long discussions. I think that's what we were elected to do, but if we do go down the road of committee, I think those meetings need to be open to the public.
would
I
agree.
agree. Oh, sorry, Nick.
No, that's okay.
And I'm not opposed to a committee. I'm just thinking about expediency, because
yeah,
it's
and
already
that-
taken us a long time to get to this point.
And that's fine.
And
I
if we're
mean,
doing this and as a council during a regular meeting, it's open and there's opportunities for the public to comment and also contribute.
So, yeah, I guess I'm not opposed to a committee. I would just like to see those meetings be open to the public. And, schedules of those meetings when they are well advertised.
would also say, there were some people that I had talked to about after Thursday about the home rule charter thing, and I didn't have the opportunity to read the whole entire document, but people were interested at what it may be, because we've gone hard one way and it wasn't right for us. We've got hard the other way and it wasn't right for us. This is something that could potentially meet in the middle if that's what the people want. I'm not trying to go against the people on anything here, but I think some education on everything should be in bounds here.
I agree. And I think that I'm not opposed to also looking and exploring home rule, but I think it should be separated from this resolution and what we're trying to do.
And I would think, I agree, I don't want to, if people are interested in that, then let's look at it, but at the same time, we need to get moving on something.
I agree.
You know, we can't be having this conversation 6 months from now.
No.
Yes.
Ruth, you've got, on your red line version, you've actually got the committee redlined out as well.
Yes.
Are we able to get this red line version kind of with, I know sometimes we're able to put something for people to see it. Are we able to do that?
Deb has it in her email if she is inclined to.
Oh, she can just pull it right up from her email.
If it's not too difficult.
Or Adam has a camera.
While we're doing that, Ruth, as well, I don't see any language added anywhere, right?
No, I only removed and maybe changed a misspelling or two, but. And then just not super important, but this says September 2nd, that's Labor Day. I don't know if that matters. Are we meeting on Labor Day? I don't know, because as the expiration
expires that
expires.
day. We can change that. Just made him go through all that work, Deb. There you go. So the only things taken out are looks like on the first page, there's just one mention of the Home Rule Charter in the second to last whereas paragraph. Obviously, the title was changed. On page 2, the third whereas paragraph from the top also has under Home Rule Charter mentioned. I'm trying to see how also mentions city ordinances, policies, and resolutions. Okay.
You do have the committee removed, but you're saying maybe not, maybe leave the committee in?
If that's
Yeah.
what council wants
Yeah.
based off a discussion.
Yeah, and I'm not opposed to that.
So there's 4 total whereas paragraphs that remove Home Rule Charter, and then there are 3 whereas paragraphs involving the committee. So it looks like that's the only changes on this suggested by Councillor Kopp. Any other questions or comments on this from council, or I'll open it up for public questions or comments? Come on up.
I appreciate the initiative that Ruth has taken in doing this. I also like the simplicity of it. I think the approach to this resolution has been way too convoluted from the beginning. Whether you choose to use a committee for further exploration or not is all well and good, but it should stand alone. There's no reason to muck up this resolution with that kind of a commitment that can come later. I really appreciate, Lisa, you coming up with a copy of it for us. I have to say, Angela, some of this work is hard, and it's going to take time. And I don't think you should make decisions about whether or not to do the hard work because we, the public, aren't going to want to listen that long. We're going to complain about long meetings. We're a part of this, and we want to be a part of this no matter how long it takes and no matter how hard the work is. I think the public has made that absolutely clear. The other thing I want to say is and you can tell in my voice, I'm more than a little bit peeved. I start on this agenda when it comes out. I take what goes on in my city seriously. Today I didn't get back to town until 3 o'clock, and that's when I downloaded it, only to come here and find that this document that Lisa just printed for me again, and I appreciate that as well, is totally different than the one I downloaded at 3 o'clock. Why is the agenda packet changing at 3 o'clock before a 6 o'clock meeting? Thank you.
I can answer that, Bonnie, and that's because council members requested more information and changes. So we added it to this because members of council asked questions. And also at the special meeting, the committee was discussed, and the committee was added to this resolution at the request of a council member.
I understand that. I've been here for the history of it. My point is the document that I downloaded today, the last 2 pages, the 3rd page was altered, the 4th page was added. If a change like that is going to take place in the agenda packet, we need to get a copy of it when we walk in the door. We deserve to know that. We need to be working with what you're working with. Thank you.
Okay, so even though it was discussed about the committee at the special meeting and requested to be on there, I guess we'll figure out what we want to do, if we in fact want to have that as standalone or be in this resolution as it was requested to be. That's why Mr. Marshall prepared it that way at council's request.
The only thing I would
ahead.
say regarding that is I still believe that the home rule charter was a red herring. We don't need that in what we're doing now. That just confuses the issue. And I think that's been said.
And I guess that's where what I was saying should be separate, is the home rule charter. Again, I'm not opposed to the committee, or if it's in here.
I guess I
know
was
if
more
there was some
responding to Bonnie's
miscommunication.
comment
Oh,
on the
yeah,
on it
yeah.
being and why it was in this resolution, because it wasn't at my request to put it in. It was at this council's request during the special meeting. So
No, I don't think we ever, I don't think so. I think it was
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Marshall
Bonnie.
that
no,
brought it up.
it was asked by Councilor Forrester, asked for it to be in there.
Board taking it out, and I think that's a good move because it cleans up the resolution. And I thank you for that.
The committee you're speaking of.
Yes. Not complaining that it was in there. I was here when it went in.
You weren't at the special meeting, Bonnie, on Thursday?
It was online.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was at the special meeting.
Okay.
I just didn't bring my tongue.
Any discussion or motion on how to change this up?
Jim, what are your thoughts on the committee being part of the resolution?
I understood the committee we were talking about was the committee that would be appointed to try to put together a list of city administrators. And was that what you were thinking?
Well,
As
the
opposed-
committee to,
I don't.
It's stated in the resolution, the tasks that that committee would be tasked with to provide a recommendation on.
not necessarily a list of city administrators.
Their duties, that'll be part of it, the
Yeah,
duties
like
of a city
job
administrator.
description,
Mhm, exactly, a job description. All right, yes.
Oh, thank you,
Becca.
Madam Mayor. Becca Zerbs, resident of Sturgis. I'm just wondering if this corrected resolution meets the 24-hour notice. Can we have some clarification on that?
Sure, and Mr. Marshall, do you have an answer on that?
I believe that council is free to make amendments to the proposed resolution, and that the amendments satisfy any notice requirements. I don't believe there is any need to renotice or postpone this matter to a subsequent hearing. The council may act, in my opinion, tonight as it chooses to do.
So pretty much just like making changes to something before or making a motion to adopt it with whatever changes, correct?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Is there any other questions or comments from the public? Well, does anyone on council want to try to make a motion on this resolution?
I'll motion to replace resolution, goodness, hold on. Let me get the phrasing right, sorry. To replace the resolution 2024-40 that's on the agenda with the red line version.
With your red line version or the red line version that was?
With the one that I was just
Presented.
provided. Yes,
Okay.
the one that I emailed and was just provided to
I
everybody.
may
Just to
make
clarify.
a statement about procedure.
Yes, please.
You do not have a motion to approve
Oh.
2024 in the
Gotcha.
packet. So you can simply move to adopt the red line version that you have prepared.
Would the correct phrasing be, hold on, where's my copy of the agenda? Thanks for your patience. To repeal Resolution 2024-32 and approve the red line version that I just emailed out and everyone was provided with, 2024-40.
I believe that accomplishes your
Okay.
intended desire,
I
Counselor.
would second that, but I would also like to add, if I may, that I think the mayor should approve her staff off that as well. And we can kind of just put a bow on this thing. Thank you.
So then, what you just said, Nick, though, would be adding more to this resolution, right? Is that what you're saying?
I guess so.
So then it's not quite a second for this one.
Oh, I
I think you would have to make a new motion.
oh, okay.
or-
I don't understand
I
the
don't know.
procedure.
Yeah.
That's my fault.
Nope, that's okay. So
If
just
I
trying to
may
understand what you,
comment,
yes,
you-
please do.
If you have a second to this, then a motion to amend is in order. But absent a second, it's my understanding of the rules that you can't adopt.
I
a
will
mo-
second it.
Okay, so you will second it as Ruth stated. Okay, and then
Yeah, not to further butt in, but just to perhaps for a closed discussion, you can call the question on the motion that's been moved and seconded and have a vote on it, if that is council's desire.
And then what about an amendment, though? You had
Well,
said that
The
another,
amendment would be superseded by the motion to call the question.
and there can be a second, no, that would be out of, if there was a motion to amend it, would that be in order?
If Counselor Jones' motion to amend is seconded, you would vote on the motion to amend before you would vote on the main motion.
Okay.
Would you clarify what the suggested amendment was? It was muffled and I was not clear.
Counselor Jones seconded with adding the section on the mayor's appointments to remain. Am I correct, Nick, in stating that? It was in the original resolution, all the mayor's appointments. And so he made a motion to keep that in there. Well,
I guess to
Nick,
do
if
it-
that's where
to
you
do it-
stand, I don't want to tell you what to make a motion on or not, but if procedurally, you just heard what Mr. Marshall said, or we can vote on what's already on the floor.
I would motion to amend to have you appoint your staff. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Is there a second on Nick's motion to approve this resolution, leaving in the section with the mayor's appointments?
Where is that section, please?
In the original,
What page?
I don't, yeah, I don't have it in front of me either.
Starting to get a little bit dirty and confusing.
It's the section on the original resolution 2024-32 that was passed, included at the very end a section on the mayor's appointments. From the original approved resolution.
I'm not finding it.
No, are you on the 2024-32? Nope. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Sir. Yes. And I believe there was another, it might have been also under be it resolved as well. Yep, it's also in the resolved. Okay. So I guess I'll ask again if there was a second on Nick's motion to approve this, leaving in those paragraphs from the original approved resolution 2024-32. Okay. Not hearing anything, I would say that motion to amend, that second motion would fail. And so we're back to the first and second we have on the floor to approve Resolution 2024-40 with the changes made, redlined. Is there any further discussion from the public?
You're now talking about the red line copy that Ruth produced. Is that correct?
That is the one
Okay.
that the motion is on, correct. No, there was a first and second already, so we're good. Okay, I guess with that, I will, how about we roll call this one, just since it got so messy. All right, and so the first and second are to approve Resolution 2024-40. Jesse? That, with the red line that Ruth just provided.
Yes.
Mike? Okay. Okay, Ruth?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
And Nick?
Yes.
Okay, then, oh wait. Yep, so that was 5. So that was 5 yeses, so this resolution, 2024-40, passes. And hopefully we don't see it again. Okay, moving on. Up next, we have consideration to approve Resolution 2024-41, which is the open container for the 2024 motorcycle rally. And we have Tammy with a staff report.
Thank you. This is
I think you might have just shut your mic off.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Trying to get my voice to work. This is for the resolution 2024-41 open container for the motorcycle rally. The dates would be Friday, August 2nd to the 11th. The hours would be from 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. We started this in 2021 and have continued it since 22 and 23. It will be the same boundaries we've had in the past. And I guess that's about all the new information that I have. We do a lot of signage, probably about 150 signs downtown so people know the boundaries, as well as signs on the boundaries to let people know where it ends. Do you have any questions for me?
Open it up for any questions for Tammy.
May I
And I
ask,
believe, oh, sorry, go ahead, Jim.
have there been any difficulties with open containers? The police have any indication of problems?
There's always some issues. Or Jody, you want to answer?
So we've been doing this for a few years. We started out first couple of years of trying to do some education, a lot of educations with the bars, the employees as well as citizens. I believe the first year we handled roughly, I think there was upwards of 350 violations in one night. Since then, the violations have kind of, and I should back up, no citations were given. Like I said, it was education, trying to get people to understand the rules. The rules are a little confusing due to the fact that we have boundaries and due to the fact that we provide an event cup. If you go to most other communities or cities, they allow citywide, excuse me, as well as in its original container, a bottle or aluminum can. So that's been kind of some of the hurdles that we've had to overcome. We also found that there's a staffing issue with some of this. I don't believe, and nothing against the bars, but I do believe there's a constant struggle of them keeping 100% compliance with people trying to leave. There's too many exits. There's too many people coming and going. Some proactive visiting with the owners and managers. They've done a good job trying to step it up, but I don't think it's possible for them to get 100% compliant. So moving forward the other years, like I said, focusing on education, we're probably going to move into some more enforcement coming this year due to the fact that it has been 4 years and most people should kind of understand the process now. So that's kind of just a shotgun approach there for you, Jim.
But you would approve?
I'm sorry. You asked if I approve. Yeah, I believe it's been going on for 4 years. Should you remove this, I think it'll have negative effects, unfortunately. And it'll be an uphill fight for the police departments. We will probably be literally having to fight with people just to enforce it. So I believe it's got its pros and cons to it, and I think our staff tries to do a good job, and I believe the local establishments are pretty easy to work with, and if they are having issues, we address it with them, and they do their best that they can. So yeah.
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Say, Tammy, it looks like we've added the 11th, Sunday the 11th. So
Yes.
I assume that's to accommodate the AFT race.
Correct. That's why this wasn't done the same time as the street closure.
I guess I'm wondering in reading on page 4 on the boundary from 4th Street and Sherman Street east along the northern edge of Sherman Street. So does that mean you can't travel around the outside of the race course?
That is correct. That's
with open container.
the council was approved in the past. So on that one street, you cannot go on the outside, the south side of the street.
Chief, do you see that as an issue with you managing that event?
Yeah, I think it could potentially be an issue for the people sitting on the south side of Sherman there. There's a lot of grass there with Love Inc. and a couple residents that are sitting there. And if they're sitting there enjoying adult beverage, they're going to technically be in violation should they step off of the private property onto the sidewalk. As long as they're on private property, they're not violating any laws. But if they should step out into the sidewalk area there, they will be in the right of way.
Can we move that boundary back just to the other side of that street?
I believe you guys have the right to change the boundary, and then we just put the map in, unless I am incorrect, which could be. This is just the map we've used in the past.
We definitely like to make sure that it's easy for our public safety staff to manage their end of this.
And I know we've used this boundary since day one. I guess I would be in favor of potentially at least moving it to the south side of Sherman Street. Like I said, when it comes to enforcement, the bigger the boundaries, you remove the boundary, that's easier to enforce, but yeah.
Could we do that just for the block that the race course uses? So it has less impact to the... Is that too hard to sign and manage?
I think the concern in the past was just because of the residences there, but I have no problem if Jody doesn't.
Public safety wouldn't have any issue with that.
But you believe that it would be a good move to help you out?
I believe so, yeah. Like I said, the bigger the boundary, the easier it is to enforce for us. So by adding that in, because there's a potential with the sidewalk on the south side there, it's a rough sidewalk, but there could be potentially people walking there, standing there, and they would be in violation. So I would be in favor of moving that to cover the entire Sherman area there.
So you're talking 2 blocks there, Kevin, from 3rd down to Harley Davidson Way?
Would be one block, wouldn't it?
So if,
Third to second is one block,
and then down here.
From third to second?
is one block.
Oh, Third Street, I'm sorry. Second Street, you're saying. Second Street down to Harley Davidson. Fourth, sorry, going around.
From Third Street to Harley Davidson Way / Second Street. Harley Davidson Way and Second Street is the same street.
Right,
So,
but don't you wanna go up here to?
Let's
Third.
simplify this. Bigger the boundary, the easier it is to enforce. You have a boundary there from Main and Fourth up to Main or Fourth and Sherman. So go from Fourth and Sherman all the way down to Middle Street, encompassing the entire Sherman Street. Move your boundaries from the north side of Sherman to the south side of Sherman.
so on section 4 that you were looking at, Kevin, I believe all we have to do is change the word northern to southern, and it would encompass everything Jody wants to suggest, I believe.
You're talking the whole thing.
The whole thing, to be the south side of Sherman instead of the north side of Sherman.
Makes it pretty simple.
Just put the signs on the other side of the street, if that's approved by you guys.
And the extension on Sherman goes clear across Junction to the east. I mean, you talk about the impact of residences there.
When I said residences, that was the goal of the first one. If we just change it like the chief just said, then it's southern. I will do whatever you guys want.
And I don't know what the reason was when they did this years ago, but I do know that in the current boundaries, there's residents already affected. I don't believe moving it to the other side of Sherman's gonna cause any major hiccups for any of the residential areas. And I think it's just a simplicity. Yeah, the race won't go all the way down to Middle Street, but instead of just rewriting the whole boundaries, if you just shuffle one word from north to south edge of Sherman and leave it the same, I think we should be pretty well covered there.
Well, I think too, if we didn't do the whole thing, how many people are you going to get walking down the south side? They cross, and all of a sudden they're in violation.
And you'll get them still that are parking their cars on the southern residential areas during the rally, and we catch them walking towards downtown. So it does happen.
Okay.
Say, Deb, you're a representative of Love Inc., correct? Do you see any issue or any problem with this?
No, we think that will be a viewing area for people, so we already understand that. That will probably get people on the lawn viewing. Because the lawn will be out of the area. If they go on the lawn of that.
Well, now they can walk onto the sidewalk. too.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? Is there a motion on this resolution?
I would move to approve the open container resolution.
With the amendment
Did you want to
that you
change
just
that?
With
discussed?
the amendment, yeah, thank you for clarification, Mayor.
Okay, so that was a first by Kevin and a second by, was it Jim? To approve this resolution, changing the boundary from North Sherman to South Sherman. And any further discussion from council? And from the public, questions, comments? Okay. All right. All those in favor of approving the resolution, changing that boundary, please indicate by stating yes.
Yes.
Those opposed with a no? Okay, that passes. Up next, we have our acknowledgement of the 2023 annual report. And for this, we have Adam with a staff report.
Mayor and Council, this is the 2023 annual report. What you are doing tonight is acknowledging that you have seen the 2023 annual report, not saying that you agree with it. If you've had a chance to look at the 2023 annual report, you will notice that our expenditures are more than our revenues. We are off on revenues because they were estimated to be higher than what they actually came in. And I got some examples just to explain some of that. So we base, our sales tax on previous years. But if you look at this year, for example, we're trending 6.3% lower than last year at this time. If it keeps trending like this, our sales tax revenue will be lower than anticipated for 2024. Another example is the ambulance. In the past, it was budgeted based on the revenue they should make from billing without taking into consideration that they won't bring all of that in. Because of no pays and having to go to collections, things that can't be billed on, insurance is only paying a portion of what is billed. What the ambulance doesn't make from the expected billing is covered by the city out of savings and creates a shortfall for our budget. We need to be more accurate with what we anticipate to come in from billing and moving forward. With the 2025 budget, we plan to be, that's one of our changes. And you'll see another would be water. You'll see that, we had a shortfall there. And that would be just from, we had a wet year, so we used less water in the year, so we didn't make as much as anticipated. And then we are off on expenditures as well because we estimate some things too low or we don't anticipate an expense at all. An example of that would be, within the building utilities. They were estimated lower than what they actually were. And I can go through and kind of show examples of a lot of the departments. Do you guys have questions, concerns?
Thanks, Adam. I guess I'd open it up for questions. Kevin? Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Adam, thank you, for pulling this together. We are just acknowledging this.
Yes.
I hope as we go forward, when we see more detailed report, that we can take a tighter look at revenue on where we were short. I mean, because we are $1 million short on our anticipated revenue, and understood that sales tax didn't measure up. The wet year.
And there's some big ones, like the
affected
ambulance
us.
is about 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
And so, one of my goals is to change the budgeting and how we do that. And so you will see some changes with the budget. I'm trying to be more accurate. And so I just wanted to point those out because I know we have talked about it.
Well, I hope we can see more accuracy when we, obviously, it's really hard to budget. I mean, we're putting our budget together essentially 18 months in advance, and lots of unknowns in there. But I have an interest in reporting, right?
Yes.
And more detailed reporting that can go along with this. So when we get to the next step of this, I'm really excited, not excited to see where we're collecting
I get it.
not as much, but interested in seeing where we land on those and which one of our revenue streams is, causing us to struggle a little bit.
Sure. And yeah, I'm definitely, that's one of the things we'll look at as we create the budget. And, we've already had some discussion on it. So one of our goals is to, tweak and change, some of those processes and change, trying to make it more accurate. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council on this 2023 annual report? Questions or comments from the public? Come on up, Bonnie. Or use your mic.
Try this. Adam, can you translate that? Is it 6.5% that our sales tax is short? Can you translate that into dollars?
Let me.
I mean, I could do the math, but I can't see the numbers.
So roughly 67, 70. It's not a lot yet, but you know, if we keep trending, I mean, right now it's probably only about $6,000. But you know, I mean, when we get to the busier months with those kind of trends, I mean, if we keep maintaining that 6%, you know, that could be a big drop. I mean, you know, our hope is that, you know, we'll make up in those months, but I mean, that's all, you never know.
Okay. And I'm sorry, if this is just an acknowledgement, do we actually have to take action on acknowledging this? Or is it a no action?
It's a report.
I mean, it looks like, yeah.
Yeah,
it looks
Madam
like,
Mayor, I don't believe it is an action item in the technical sense. I think you can simply say that council acknowledges receipt of the report.
perfect, thank you. Okay, so that is done. If we don't have any further questions on that, we will acknowledge that and move on to item 11.4, which is consideration to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-04. Is that number correct? 2024-04?
Yes.
And this is on the ordinance revising the malt beverage licensing under Title III. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know that at the discussion phase of the ordinance, there was a significant amount of questions regarding whether there was a timeline for the license, whether there were any significant issues with kind of people putting in late submissions, late applications, and also questions regarding the amount of licenses the city currently has and kind of moving forward to the future. I tried to include as many of those questions or answers to those questions within the staff report itself. Currently, the malt beverage license functions on a June 30th to July 1st to June 30th timeline. That's generally implemented through the state. So we're fixed on that component. So it's unnecessary to add that deadline into the ordinance itself because we're operating under that through the state. The fees for the licenses are a total of $300, where the state will get $150 and the city gets $150 for every license. And that includes every year upon renewals, that every license to renew pays the same fee. The total number of licenses, including all of those that were approved the last council meeting, totals out to 39 of the malt beverage licenses. And we have 6 restaurant malt beverage licenses. However, there's no cap as to the restaurant ones as there is to the standard malt beverage license. And that cap is 40. So we have 1 potential license.
Eric, what about the wine licenses for restaurants?
I mean, the malt beverage license, which is the focus of the proposed revisions, is the South Dakota wine, so that's coupled together.
Okay.
There's a different license that adds wine to it, but that's separate from the malt beverage license. And these revisions wouldn't change that at all, because that's a separate issue.
Thank you.
And within I know Joanne was kind enough to put together some information for me, and that's where I gathered up all this information, so I appreciate what she did to help me out. But what we can tell is there's 25 of the malt beverage licenses that's used year-round. There's generally 5 that are only used primarily during the rally, and then there's 9 additional that are used more of the summer months, including the rally. So the vast majority of the malt beverage licenses within the city are actively used year-round. And that appears that there's some businesses that are shifting towards operating year-round rather than just either operating during the summer or during just rally time. So I think the trend is moving, is promising. The revisions will remove the total cap for the malt beverage licenses, and that provides additional flexibility for businesses coming into and operating within the city. And then also for convenience wise, consolidating the restaurant licenses with the malt beverage licenses simplifies the process for the finance department on kind of keeping track of the licenses and just simplifying the process, the application process. My discussions with the finance department reflects that there really isn't much of an issue if somebody submits a late license. The process is fairly simple. Generally, they put forward an application and we forward that to the state upon our review, and then we eventually will run through. While a late submission might add more publishing costs and things of that sort, the fee more than makes up for the staff time and the extra publishing costs for those late submissions. So, and they expire automatically on June 30th, so that if they don't have their application in by June 30th, they can't sell malt beverage or malt beverages until they either submit a new application and go from there. Essentially, if they turn it in late, then that decreases the amount of time that they can sell. There's obviously times like right before the rally or something like that that would be inconvenient for the staff, but essentially that potentially could risk the application not going through within sufficient amount of time, so that potentially leaves the applicant unable to sell until that application gets approved through both the city and the state. So there's a distinct possibility that if they drag their feet too long, they can't sell during the kind of the peak times during the summer or the rally. So I think there's sufficient safeguards in place to ensure that the process functions well with the proposed revisions. And my conversations with the finance department provides that there's not much of a burden on finance from late submissions. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Anybody have any questions for Eric? A lot of red in this. Anyone from the public have any questions? Okay. And Eric, did you say that there is no cap on restaurant having this malt beverage license?
Yes, the restaurant malt beverage license doesn't have a cap on it. So the city could issue as many of those as the council approves. However, there are certain prerequisites that the restaurant must meet, such as it has to seat so many people, have a kitchen that's sufficient on serving that many people, plus have staff like a waitress, waiter, hostess, things of that sort to function as a kind of a standard restaurant.
Perfect, thank
And
you.
there's really no statutory creation for the malt beverage restaurant license. That was more of a creation within the city, which the council has discretion to develop those type of licenses.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, is there a motion on this first reading of ordinance 2024-04? Okay, that was a first by Jim to approve this first reading. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second by Nick. Any further discussion from council? And from the public? Okay. With that, I'll go ahead and roll call this one since it's a first reading of an ordinance. And Nick?
Yes.
Jim? Kevin?
Yes.
Ruth?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Jesse?
Yes.
Okay, that first reading is approved. Thank you, Eric. Up next, we have consideration to approve the second reading of ordinance 2024-03, which is an ordinance adopting 70313, which would be an election to fill a council or mayoral vacancy. And Eric.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Throughout the process, there has been very little discussion of this ordinance, and I think the initial revisions to it expands the possibility of the council taking more of a case-by-case approach on appointing either the alderman or the mayor. So the council has the opportunity to, or the discretion to decide on what's best for the city and whether to hold a special election or whether to appoint the person based off the circumstances.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Since we got to this point of a second reading, I think we're all pretty familiar with it. There have been no changes since that first reading. Does council have any questions or comments? Anyone from the public? Questions or comments? Come on up, Bernie.
Bernie Usera. My question, it would have been page 142 of 145 on this. And it is, while the city council only has statutory authority to utilize the appointment process to fill the vacancy, passing this ordinance allows future vacancies to be filled by special election. What I'm asking is, for instance, one of our, say Ruth, you're no longer something, and you've got to retire. All right.
Great.
Yeah.
I want to retire early. Yeah.
You can go to bed.
How come you picked her?
And so, to replace you though, would that be an election from that ward only? Or is this choice going to come from the council?
If
And
it's a
how do you-
specific alderman, only that ward would vote.
Okay.
If it's mayor, then it would be at large throughout the city.
Okay, that's what I wanted to, there will be no more of the council choosing who would be mayor or, as we had this last,
That would be left to the discretion of the council, because there's statutorily with this ordinance, it opens the option for a special election, so it'd be ultimately up to council whether to decide whether to pursue the special election or to appoint. So it'd be up to the council prerogative to do that.
okay. That's it.
Thank you. Is there a motion on this second reading of ordinance 2024-03?
I'll motion to approve.
That's a first by Ruth and a second by Jim to approve the second reading of ordinance 2024-03. Any further discussion from council? And from the public? Okay, again, since this is an ordinance and the second reading, I'll go ahead and roll call this. Jesse?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Ruth?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Jim? Yes. And Nick?
Yes.
Okay, and that is passed, our second reading. And I believe that was our last action item for this meeting. Up next, we have executive session, and we do have a need for executive session. There is no anticipated action after executive session, so is there a motion to go into exec?
So moved.
That's a first by Nick
I'll second.
and a second by Ruth. All those in favor of going into executive session, please indicate by stating yes.
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 Those opposed with a no. Okay, we will go take a little bit of a break and go into exec in 8 minutes.
Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Rick Bush. We are back in our regular session, and all we have left to do is adjourn. Is there a motion to adjourn? First by Ruth, second by Jim. All in favor, please indicate by stating yes. Those opposed, no? All right, we are adjourned.